It's AmericaFest 2025 here at the Phoenix Convention Center in Arizona. It's Turning Point USA's first major conference since the assassination of its founder, Charlie Kirk. And as you can see behind me, the booths are set up and the venue is filling up. It's the largest AmericaFest in Turning Point history. Tonight through Sunday, we'll be hearing from some of the biggest names in the conservative circle. So be sure to stay with us all night. Our special coverage starts right now with NTD Evening News.
This is a special presentation of NTD Evening News, coming to you live from Phoenix, Arizona at Turning Point USA's annual AmericaFest conference. Here is your host, Tiffany Meyer.
And we're coming to you live from Phoenix, Arizona, where AmericaFest 2025 is underway. People are lining up behind me, as you can see, to listen to the first speakers of the night, including Turning Point CEO Erica Kirk. The excitement is palpable here tonight. I'm Tiffany Meyer, and a lot of exciting coverage coming your way, starting this evening all the way through Sunday. But first, a look at our top stories. President Trump addressing the fresh November inflation numbers ahead of a Friday rally in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Meanwhile, the Kennedy Center Board votes to honor Trump by adding his name to the venue. We now go live to NTD's Washington correspondent, Mario Tzu, at the North Lawn of the White House. Mari, good evening.
Tiff, good evening to you over there in Arizona. And that's right. Today, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released that long-awaited Consumer Price Index report showing that inflation slowed to 2.7%, down from 3% in September, and that it's now the lowest that it's been in months since July. President Trump began his Wednesday night address to the nation saying that he inherited the worst inflation from his predecessor. And today he reacts to the CPI like this. Watch.
You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
This comes as President Trump announces that troops will receive a $1,776 check before Christmas, which he says comes from tariff revenue.
1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call, Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend.
Now, as we enter the Christmas season some 250 years later, we are proud to provide 1776 with a whole new modern meaning for our joint force.
Meanwhile, the Kennedy Center Board votes to rename Washington's leading performing arts center the Trump Kennedy Center.
Well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it.
This comes as President Trump secures over $250 million in federal funding to renovate the center.
The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way. And now it's very solid, very strong. And we had a lot of donors come in for record-setting numbers, so we saved the Kennedy Center.
And ushers in what he calls a vision for a golden age in arts and culture.
What a joy it is. Not only is President Trump bringing and making America great again, but we're bringing Christ and God and faith back into our country and into the highest levels of government.
The president reacting to the board's vote as he signs an order reclassifying cannabis from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 substance, which he says will make it easier to conduct marijuana-related medical research.
We have people begging for me to do this, people that are in great pain.
President Trump today also signed an executive order declaring Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays this year, which gives most federal employees 2 extra paid days off around Christmas. And because Christmas falls on a Thursday, this creates a 5-day weekend for most federal workers in executive agencies. And tomorrow, President Trump is expected to take his administration's messaging to a rally in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. He says to expect a speech not unlike his address to the nation last night when he touted his economic agenda and successes in securing the border. Tiff, back to you.
All right, Mari, thanks for those updates. And lawmakers have left Capitol Hill for the holiday break without agreeing on government funding or health care. Our Washington correspondent, Luis Martinez, has the details on what we can expect from Congress in the new year.
Lawmakers will not be back in Congress in session until January 5th and 6th, 2026, House and Senate respectively. Thus far, Congress has only passed 3 out of the 12 appropriation bills to fund government through fiscal year 2026. When they come back into session in January 2026, they'll have 26 days to pass 9 appropriation bills or face another government shutdown deadline.
Well, the good news is there's the 3 bills that got passed were the VA, and the other was ledge appropes, which is to fund Congress. So I guess Congress, at least they prioritize veterans, but they also were paying our staff. I didn't vote for the last deal because it had bad things attached to it, but I think it's a good strategy to start passing these bills one at a time.
It'll be around health care, and if the Republicans, don't want to extend the ACA tax credits, I don't know. I think we're going to close it down again. That's my expectation, but I don't know.
When Congress comes back into session, the House will have to vote on the Democratic proposal to extend for 3 years the Obamacare healthcare subsidies with no reforms. By then, the subsidies will have already expired.
And our message to Mike Johnson is clear. You can run, but you cannot hide. The American people are horrified. Republican leaders are petrified. But House Democrats are unified, standing up on behalf of the American people to protect their health care.
Some Republicans are considering a reconciliation bill addressing health care in order to address the issue without needing Democratic support.
Look, I think through the reconciliation process and tax policy, you can give every American significant tax breaks to be able to save and to be able to use accounts for health care. You can open the market up and drive prices down. I think that ought to be the engine for transformative change for the average American and give them options.
It's important to note that when Congress comes back into session in January, House Republican Conference will lose one of its members. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to step aside on January 4th, leaving the Republican conference with a 218-seat majority, the smallest in American history. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Luis Eduardo Martinez, NTD News.
In Australia, residents held a funeral for the youngest victim of Sunday's Hanukkah shooting, a 10-year-old girl. Meanwhile, some people are saying the terrorist attack could have been prevented. NTD's Jason Perry has the update.
The family of the youngest victim of the terrorist attack in Australia released this video, which was filmed before Sunday's shooting at Bondi Beach. It shows a Jewish rabbi performing a religious ritual, securing small boxes that contain Bible verses to a man's arm and head, while the man's 2 daughters watch nearby. Tragically, 2 terrorists later shot and killed the rabbi and the man's daughter wearing the yellow dress named Matilda. Hundreds of people attended her funeral in Sydney on Thursday. Israel's ambassador to Australia said he wasn't sure he could express how he felt and said this.
I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, and when I see Matilda, I see my own Ori granddaughter. I'm speechless.
And another woman said this.
As her Auntie Lena was saying everywhere, spread the smile, spread the light, and spread her happiness.
A survivor of Sunday's attack, Arsen Otrovsky, said after the shooting started, he realized his family was about 20 to 30 yards away towards the shooter.
So I stood up and I started to run towards them, and I got hit. Blood started gushing everywhere. I put my hand on my head. I took a picture of myself as I was bloodied on the ground to send to my wife. Love you. The only 2 words. The only 2 words that matter.
A local resident shared his thoughts as well.
It could have been avoided. This whole thing could have been avoided, I mean, anti-Semitism has now been brewing in Australia for over 2 years. They keep letting people into this country who don't want to assimilate with Australian values.
Meanwhile, the ISIS terrorist group called the Hanukkah shooting a, quote, source of pride, but did not claim responsibility for the attack, which killed 15 people and injured more than 40. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the country was taking action to combat what he called an evil scourge.
The Minister for Home Affairs will also have new powers to cancel or reject visas for those who spread hate and division in this country or would do so if they were allowed to come here.
Also on Thursday, Bondi Beach, where the shooting took place, was reopened to the public. Jason Perry, NTD News.
U.S. officials are reportedly set to hold separate meetings with representatives of both Russia and Ukraine this weekend. President Trump says he hopes the peace process can keep moving forward. NTD's international correspondent Arian Pastar has the latest.
There's a meeting this weekend on Ukraine in Florida. What are you hoping will come out of that meeting?
Well, they're getting close to something, but I hope Ukraine moves quickly. I hope Ukraine moves quickly because Russia's...
President Trump saying Russia and Ukraine have to move fast to end the fighting. According to the president, every time Ukraine waits for too long to accept the deal, Russia changes its mind, and vice versa. According to multiple outlets, an administration official says that U.S. envoys are set to meet with Russian counterparts in Miami over the weekend. A Russian spokesman was asked about the reports on Thursday.
We are indeed preparing certain contacts with our American counterparts in order to obtain information about the results of the work that has been done.
The spokesman says Russia wants to learn more about the progress made in talks between the US, Europe and Ukraine. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, announcing that a team of Ukrainian representatives is already on its way to the US.
On Friday and Saturday, our team will be in the United States. They're already on their way. The Americans are expecting them.
According to the Ukrainian president, there are no final aligned peace proposals for now. He again asked partners to strengthen Ukraine in case Russia refuses to stop the fighting. Meanwhile, in Brussels, the European Union is intensifying talks on whether to use frozen Russian assets to aid Ukraine.
Either money today or blood tomorrow.
Many European officials say supporting Ukraine is necessary so Russia isn't successful and won't expand the war across more European countries. Their goal was to make a decision during a Thursday summit on whether to provide Ukraine with a multi-billion-dollar loan from Russian assets.
We have to find a solution today. We will not leave the European Council without a solution.
Ukraine says it might suffer a foreign aid shortfall of over $50 billion in 2026. According to Zelensky, Kyiv is facing significant cuts to drone production and will have fewer drones than Russia if Kyiv doesn't receive the loan. So far, the EU hasn't published any official announcement on a decision made on Thursday. Arian Pastar, NTD News.
We'll be right back with more coverage live from Turning Point's AmericaFest in Phoenix, Arizona. Don't go away.
A new era at the design studio by Mathis Home has arrived. For decades, we've brought you the most recognized names in designer furniture. Now we've created our very own house of brands, designed to inspire, built to endure, and delivered directly from the factory to you. Elevated, on-trend, and uncompromising in quality and value. Come experience our world-class design destination and discover what's new, what's now, and what's next at the Design Studio by Mathis Home.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
For the young people who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations, Covenant House is there providing safety, hope, and a brighter future. Call or go online now. For a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. 1 in 10 young adults will experience homelessness this year. Your gift can help reach them when they need it most.
I didn't ask for my parents and my family to disown me. I didn't ask to end up in a homeless shelter. The beauty of it all is that I found Covenant House.
The need is overwhelming, but your monthly support will make sure no young person is ever turned away. Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations. Show them they're loved and not alone. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
With Select Specs £6 specs, you can get 10 pairs of prescription glasses for just £60. That includes frames, prescription lenses, and delivery free to your door. And what makes this really special is each pair can have a different prescription. So it's glasses for everyone. SelectSpecs.com/£6. 10 frames, all with prescription lenses and anti-scratch coating for just £60. You don't get that on the high street. Right now you can save an extra 5% with offer code CG5OFF.
Welcome back to NTD Evening News. We're coming to you live from AmericaFest 2025 in Phoenix, Arizona. Health officials move to bar gender transition procedures for minors. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says hospitals could lose Medicare and Medicaid funding if they're not in compliance. The department is also moving to reverse the previous administration's attempt to classify gender dysphoria as a disability. NTD correspondent Jason Blair reports.
So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announces a new rule effectively banning hospitals from performing gender transition procedures on minors.
Sex-rejecting procedures are neither safe nor effective treatment for children with gender dysphoria.
Penalties include cutting Medicaid and Medicare funding for hospitals that don't comply. A second rule prohibits Medicaid money from funding these procedures. Kennedy also announces that the HHS is removing gender dysphoria from being classified as a disability.
The Biden-era amendments that designated gender dysphoria as a disability serve the commercial interest of a predatory, multi-billion-dollar industry that betrayed the original intention of those laws.
FDA Commissioner Marty McCary says that the FDA also sent a warning letter to 12 manufacturers and retailers for, quote, illegal marketing of breast binders for children for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria.
Breast binders are a Class 1 medical device with legitimate medical users, such as being used by women after breast cancer surgery. And these binders are not benign. Long-term usage has been associated with pain, compromised lung function from atelectasis collapse, and even difficulty breastfeeding later in life.
The HHS says that from 2016 to 2019, the amount of sex transition procedures performed on children tripled.
Today's revenue for sex-rejecting drugs and surgeries in 2023 were estimated in one study to exceed $4.4 billion and on track to exceed $7.8 billion by 2030.
The department says that the ban on gender transition procedures on minors will have a 60 to 90-day comment period before being finalized, and the removal of gender dysphoria from the classification of a disability will have a 30-day comment period before finalization. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
Plans for America's 250th birthday celebration are already underway. The Freedom 250 initiative says it will reignite the pioneering spirit and triumph that defines America. NTD's David Lamb has more on what to expect in 2026.
Americans are expecting an epic celebration of the nation's 250th birthday in 2026. President Trump launched the Freedom 250 initiative on Thursday. It's the national nonpartisan organization leading the celebration.
It's called Freedom 250. Working with states, companies, and organizations across the country, we will renew the patriotism, pride, and pioneering spirit of America.
There's currently a Freedom 250 Trail to Independence tour to explore American history taking place through May of next year. Freedom 250 has announced a list of upcoming signature moments and events. We can expect the following: From December 31st through January 5th, the iconic Washington Monument will be illuminated to kick off the new year.
And next spring, we will host a major prayer event on the National Mall to rededicate our country as one nation under God.
On May 25th, Freedom 250 will unite with the Spirit of America Parade to honor fallen soldiers for Memorial Day. From June 25th through July 10th, the Great American State Fair will transform the National Mall with food and culture from all 50 states. A landmark 4th of July event will feature a major address by the president, a military flyover, and a fireworks finale.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that.
And on Flag Day in June, a historic one-of-a-kind UFC event will take place at the White House. According to the Freedom 250 website, the initiative will help build the golden age of opportunity for the next 250 years. David Lamb, NTD News.
And we'll be right back with more coverage live from Turning Point's AmericaFest in Phoenix, Arizona. Stay tuned.
I was a quarterback at Hardaway High School, college first-round draft pick. On and off the field, we were taught to not show any signs of weakness. During the football season, I would stop eating, but I didn't know I was depressed. I thought that something was wrong with me. For 20 plus years was physical. We didn't have any education behind what mental health was. I started to learn it starts here first. If this is together, I'll be better as a father, as a man, and as a husband. Put the importance on your mental health. I'm not scared to talk about it anymore. The first tool is therapy. The second one is positive self-talk. And then journaling, putting your thoughts on paper. We have to redefine what being a strong man is and heal, love your mind.
My name's Stacy, I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020.
We were adopted in 2019.
And we were adopted in 2021.
We had a house, and it sounds crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home.
When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
You weren't there for the first this and the first that. I missed the first words, but we got a lot of other firsts.
Watching her say, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license. And she's like, I passed. And I'm like, girl.
See them grow. It is.
They chose to love us. They didn't have to. They chose us. Family.
You and you.
Kids in the middle.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Where did the time go? I don't know how I got here.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Welcome back to NTD Evening News. We're coming to you live from AmericaFest 2025 in Phoenix, Arizona. It's Turning Point USA's first major conference since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're expecting many high-profile speakers later tonight, including Turning Point CEO Erica Kirk and Ben Shapiro. But first, a new development in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. Officials told NBC today that the person of interest wearing a mask and seen in several videos has been identified. Meanwhile, a press conference scheduled for 4 p.m. has been delayed. NTD's Arlene Richards has more.
It's been 6 days since a suspect gunned down students in a classroom at Brown University, injuring 9 and killing 2. Providence police and officials face mounting pressure to identify and locate the person who was still at large and deemed armed and dangerous. On Thursday, officials told NBC that a person of interest seen in multiple video footage wearing a mask and dark clothes has been identified. A press conference was delayed. Meanwhile, investigators are searching for a second person who crossed paths with the person of interest. Investigators said the individual was near the person of interest on Saturday before the shooting occurred. Police are also investigating possible ties between Saturday's shooting at Brown University and Monday's slaying of a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Providence police released a new map on Wednesday that shows the streets where the person of interest was seen on video footage the day of the attack. The person is wearing a mask or has his head turned in the footage. Streets marked in green indicate locations where the individual was present hours before the shooting. Streets marked in red indicate locations where the person of interest was present immediately after the shooting. And the blue zone identifies the area where investigators are seeking more camera footage from residents. Rhode Island Hospital provided an update Thursday on the condition of the students injured during the attack. Of the 9 patients treated, a spokesperson said 6 are in stable condition and 3 have now been discharged. 2 other students, Ella Cook and Muhammad Aziz Umerzakov, were killed. Ella was a sophomore from Alabama. Services will be held at 11 a.m. Monday at Cathedral Church of the Advent in Birmingham, Alabama. Muhammad Aziz was in his first semester at Brown. He was a naturalized citizen from Uzbekistan living in Virginia. His family wanted his body returned to Virginia as soon as possible, where they are expected to give him an Islamic funeral. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
The U.S. has approved the largest weapons sale to Taiwan yesterday at $11 billion. This comes as tensions are higher than ever with the Chinese Communist Party's aim to take over the island. NTD's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley has the details.
In the face of mounting pressure from the Chinese Communist Party, the U.S. approved the largest weapons package to Taiwan on Wednesday. The U.S. is selling Taiwan a record $11.1 billion worth of arms. Now, that includes missile defense systems, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, armed drones, and several other pieces of equipment. Now, the State Department has already approved the arms package, but it still needs final approval by Congress, which can either block or alter the sale if it wants to. But defending Taiwan has widespread support from both parties in Congress. And the Pentagon says that the arms sales serve U.S. national, economic, and security interests. And this is the second U.S. arms sale to Taiwan over the past year. The Trump administration recently released a national security strategy which says that the U.S. is prioritizing deterring a conflict over Taiwan by preserving military overmatch against China.
It's our job to make sure Beijing sees unquestionable U.S. military strength that, if necessary, can back up our national interests.
This administration is going to help those that help themselves. It's also, said another way, I would say that in order to have some say, they're going to want you to pay. They're going to want you to put some money on the table. Why? Because it's an investment in your own defense, in protecting your own territorial integrity and national sovereignty.
Last month, Taiwan's president announced an extra $40 billion in defense spending, specifically to build an air defense system to guard against the CCP. Now, the CCP's leadership has vowed to take over Taiwan by 2027, and it's been ramping up military pressure against Taiwan and its allies in the Pacific, conducting aggressive military drills. like those near Japan, South Korea, and Australia. So the U.S. is strengthening relations with those allies.
We are living in a much more contested world where it really matters to be doubling down with friends and allies, and obviously America is front and centre and foremost for Australia in that respect.
Though the U.S. doesn't have any formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, the alliance appears to be strengthening. Earlier this month, President Trump signed the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act into law, requiring the State Department to review and update its guidelines engaging with Taiwan at least every 5 years. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
Lawmakers are sounding the alarm after an investigation uncovers how the Chinese Communist Party is exploiting U.S. tax dollars to fund its own military and tech advancements, including sensitive nuclear technology. NTD's Melina Weisskopf reports.
In the past 2 years, $6 billion worth of research and more than 4,000 papers published within the Department of Energy involved collaboration with Chinese researchers. Half of that research is fueling China's defense and industrial base. Some of the Chinese entities involved are among the leading universities for defense and nuclear weapons research. This is according to a newly released report by the Select Committee on the CCP. The report is not hypothetical, congressional investigators say, detailing hundreds of instances in which Chinese researchers received awards after their collaboration with U.S. researchers led to breakthroughs. For example, collaboration with a U.S. professor helped the CCP in its research into high-yield explosives and Chinese nuclear weapons development. At the same time, lawmakers are pushing legislation to stop Americans from unknowingly propping up CCP entities that threaten U.S. national security. Congressman Andy Barr and Senator John Cornyn leading on the Fight China Act.
We're codifying President Trump's America First investment policy with this legislation, which will stop the flow of capital and know-how into these sensitive technologies that threaten our national security.
The chairman of the China Committee described the situation as deeply alarming and called on the Department of Energy to stop the exploitation and protect hard-earned taxpayer dollars. To address this, lawmakers are calling for tighter rules, like requiring the government to disclose research ties with China. The Department of Energy said it's reviewing the report and vows to ensure the integrity and security of DOE programs. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Weisskopf, NTD News.
And speaking of China, joining us in person, we have a very special guest, Casey Fleming, CEO of Black Ops Partners. Casey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, I want to talk about Taiwan because the U.S. recently approved that record $11.1 billion package for Taiwan, arms package, of course. What is the strategic significance of this, and why is a strong military preparedness for Taiwan so important?
Because the CCP wants to completely take over Taiwan, and it's a massive threat. They've been saying it for years. They've targeted 2027 for that to happen. Look for it potentially at the tail end of 2026. It's very important for us to strengthen Taiwan as a democratic free world nation, so it can't be taken over by China. So it's strengthening Taiwan is absolutely the way to go. $11 billion is a drop in the bucket, in my opinion.
Well, given today's geopolitical landscape, if you will, how quickly can China's unrestricted warfare, say economic, cyber, informational, turn into something kinetic?
The goal is never to have to go to kinetic. The goal is to weaken them cyber, economically, all the different methods before ever going to conventional war. So if they do to go to conventional war, it's to weaken them as much as possible so that it weakens their will to fight and reduces the length of time and the casualties for the Chinese in the war. So it's a smart strategy. Unrestricted warfare is all methods across a long continuum. The end of the continuum is to win the war without fighting. So the plan is never to go conventional, but they're still working on building up their Navy, building up their Air Force, their Army, and so on in the event that it ever goes to the conventional side. But don't be surprised if it never goes conventional.
And we're, of course, at AmericaFest here at Turning Point USA. Now, Charlie Kirk himself was always unapologetically anti-communist. Now, you've framed this as a battle of good versus evil against the Chinese Communist Party. Why is communism fundamentally incompatible with, say, Western values and the American way of life?
Where do I start? So the number one reason is communism is a religion. Most people don't understand that. Communism is a religion. So if it is a religion, then in communism, you must worship the head of the state and the head of the state. That is the God, and that is the only God. So if that's the case, and if you follow the Bible on the Western side of the world, the Bible said that God is God, and there are no other false gods. So just by that, just by the de facto piece of it, is that if you believe in communism and worshiping the state, then you are with Satan from a biblical standpoint. So if you're with Satan, then you're not with God. So honestly, that's the choice. If you're talking, Freedom AmFest, and you're talking about Charlie Kirk and about religion and God is part of this whole thing, just at that highest level, God versus Satan, and it's God versus communism.
And the speakers are going to start very soon in just about 20 minutes. We have a counter right there online, so you can see that happening. Meanwhile, bringing it here, though, we are at Turning Point KC, surrounded by a lot of young Americans, many of whom are, relying on TikTok as their main information source instead of, say, traditional media, if you will. Now, you've said before that platforms like TikTok function as tools of cognitive warfare, shaping, perceptions and behavior. How does this work in practice exactly? What is, the warfare capabilities here that we're talking about?
The issue today, and actually for the past 30 years, is the average citizen is on the front lines. And it's not just Americans, it's Canadians, it's Aussies, it's Brits, it's the French. Anybody in the free world is on the front lines of the Chinese Communist Party and their plan to absolutely take over. So cognitive warfare is the battle for the mind. And once you get into the mind, you own everything with that person. So number one, it's breaking down the mind. It's breaking down the way you think. It's killing your capability around critical thinking. So you're wide open and as just a sponge for propaganda, sponge for lies. And you're shutting down the other piece of it. So this cognitive warfare shuns the American values, shuns the West, and replaces it with communism, socialism, Marxism. All those are, it's either or. People think it's this long continuum. It's not. Marxism, socialism, communism, Chinese communism, totalitarianism is all one side. The other side is freedom. One side is capitalism. The other side is a communist economy. So it's either or. People think they've got a choice along the way. No. If you believe in any of the other stuff, you're believing in totalitarianism, communism, and anti-God. Or you believe in freedom, which that's why I love to see the young people here at AmFest, coming in exploring. I like the excitement. They're all about God. They're all about country. They're all about patriotism and learning how to move forward in this very difficult time. I don't know that I'd want to be growing up in this particular time. So they need all our help that we can give them.
And speaking of help, often people want to know what they can do. I know you have an exciting new book coming out, Red Tsunami. Talk to us about that and maybe the core message you want people to take away.
The core message is, if you ever read one book in your lifetime, read this. It's not actually a book. It's a survival guide. I'm not a book guy, so if I wrote a book, it's for a reason. And I wrote that book for God and country, and it actually exposes everything below the surface. If you want to understand what's going on, when COVID hit, everybody felt, and people still feel, the world fell off a cliff. Will somebody stand up and tell me the truth? I do that. I do that based on counterintelligence. For the past 2 decades, working through counterintelligence, working with top counterintelligence and intelligence experts, and then drilling down on each one of those dots and researching them empirically so there's no question on what the truth is. So the book is about the truth. People have wanted the truth since COVID hit. COVID was absolutely a crisis that we never wanted to deal with, and it was all planned. But there's a bigger plan. COVID is just one piece of it. That's biological war. So the one message I want, every person in your family should have this survival guide. I really want to see this survival guide in every high school, every college, every university to undo the communism, the Marxism, the socialism that's been going on for years in our universities. So this gives you no place to run or hide. And I think a lot of people, and this book is not political, this book rides above politics. So it does have to talk about politics. It has to talk about God. You can't write a book like this without talking about the 360, the whole thing. So it covers all of that. It's honest, it's the truth, it's no nonsense, and the promise is you will never be able to put it down. And you will read it 2 or 3 times, but the message is, you want the truth? I'm giving you the truth.
Well, you're here to first here, folks. But expanding on that, it seems we're all here because we care deeply about America. Now, in practical terms, though, how do we strengthen unity and rebuild national resilience without, say, ignoring real threats?
That is the number one. We're still on the book, because the book will educate you. And you will never look at the world the same way. Once you're given these decoding skills, you'll never look at the world the same way. You'll be elevated on the way you see the world. So the other thing is, once you read the book, it's kind of static, right? It's still truthful and it'll still hold true, but how do you keep the book alive? There's a movement behind the book. That is called freedomforever.global. That keeps the book alive every day. It's a membership type of movement. So in that, and in the survival guide, at the end, we tell you what to do. Number one, stay educated. The book helps with that, survival guide. Secondly, stop buying anything from China. Why do you want to fund the enemy who is killing you and your children? Why would you want to put a dime in that? You want to be educated. So the book tells you, the survival guide tells you where to spend your money, where you're not funding the Chinese Communist Party, who is ending you and your family.
Well, on that note, Casey Fleming, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
And don't go away, because we'll be right back with more coverage live from Turning Point's AmericaFest in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be right back.
All throughout your home, appliances and systems just wait for the worst time to break down and leave you with expensive repairs. Unless you have a plan from Choice Home Warranty.
All home appliances and systems have a breakdown clock, and when it expires, it will cost hundreds and potentially even thousands of dollars to fix or replace. That's why every homeowner should have a plan with Choice Home Warranty, like I do. For a low monthly fee, a Choice Home Warranty plan will cover your heating, air conditioning, plumbing, appliances, and more. Don't let an unexpected repair wreck your budget. With Choice Home Warranty, that covered repair is fixed or replaced for you.
Choice Home Warranty has been a great company to work with, and they've taken care of us. I would suggest anybody who lives in a home not to be in a home without them.
Avoid the ticking clock of home appliances and systems breaking down with a plan from Choice Home Warranty. Call now to get your first month free. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll give you $120 off your first year of coverage. That's $200 in total savings.
With a nationwide network of over 25,000 technicians, I don't worry about how my next breakdown will be handled. With a click of a button, my claim is filed, and Choice Home Warranty starts the clock. They do the legwork, hiring the right technician and handling the cost of covered repairs and replacements. And check this out. For a limited time, you can get 1 month of coverage free. Did you hear me? Free. You can't beat that deal with a sledgehammer. But hurry, this offer is ticking away. Once the clock hits 0, poof, it's gone.
Don't fear the breakdown clock. Get a plan from Choice Home Warranty and get round-the-clock money-saving protection you can count on. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll give you $120 off your first year of coverage, plus get your first month free. This offer won't last long.
Get your home protected. Call now.
Don't wait for an appliance or system to break down. Call before that happens. Call 800-983-3523. 800-983-3523.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, Get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Welcome back to NTD Evening News. We're coming to you live from AmericaFest 2025 in Phoenix, Arizona. It's Turning Point USA's first major conference since the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Turning Point CEO Erica Kirk is expected to kick off the event with a speech in just about 15 minutes. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. But first, some holiday cheer. The Kennedy Center last night hosting its first ever official Christmas tree lighting ceremony. NTD Sam Wong was there to speak with the institution's president, Richard Grinnell, about the brand new holiday tradition.
5, 4, 3.
With the flip of a switch, the Kennedy Center's first official Christmas tree was glistening. The Hall of States illuminated with cheers and Christmas tunes as families gathered to celebrate this festive occasion.
The Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, was here. We lit the tree. But more importantly, a couple of months ago, she alerted me to the fact that the Kennedy Center was going to get an official tree for the first time. So you see this tree, and it's spectacular.
Donated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the 18-foot red spruce came from the Appalachian Mountains in Southern Virginia. Starting on this day, the tree lighting ceremony became a new holiday tradition, putting faith and worship front and center at America's cultural institution.
It isn't just a beautiful Christmas tree. It has amazing significance. It's an incredible symbol of what we're all doing and why we're here tonight. We're bringing Christ and God and faith back into our country and into the highest levels of government.
Following the ceremony, the Kennedy Center also put on a holiday concert featuring songs of worship and biblical stories, reminding folks about the importance of faith and tradition in American culture. And fostering ties within the community is another mission the institution is seeking to fulfill. To revive the Christmas spirit, Kennedy Center President Rick Grinnell has a message to those who are feeling lonely during the holiday season.
This season is a great celebration for many people, but for some, it's a lonely time. And I would say, come to the Kennedy Center. We have a lot of free events. We have an atmosphere that is welcoming for the entire community, and I bet you're going to meet new people and be able to celebrate together.
The Kennedy Center has a series of Christmas activities on its schedule, including free music performances, film screenings, and family workshops. Sam Wong, NTD News, Washington, D.C.
Southern California's Marina del Rey sparkled this past weekend for its annual holiday boat parade. NTD's Christina Corona gives us a closer look at the decorated boats, the lights, and the festive activities along the harbor.
We're here in the city of Marina del Rey, where boats aren't just cruising tonight, but they're decked out for the 63rd annual Holiday Boat Parade. From dazzling lights to music and costumes, let's see what this year has to offer.
The Marina del Rey Holiday Boat Parade takes place every year on the second Saturday in December. The event is made possible with support from the Cedars-Sinai Marina del Rey Hospital and local businesses. Each year, organizers select a theme, and for 2025, it was A Night Before Christmas.
But I loved how all of the boats were like so decorated. I love the Nightmare Before Christmas decorations, and I love the drones. I think that's such a great idea to have the drones instead of actual fireworks.
The parade kicked off with a spectacular light show, followed by dozens of creatively decorated boats, each bringing the theme to life with lights, music, and animation.
So far I see like boats passing by, Christmas decorations, so big yachts, full of decorations. Nice. Good views.
This year, 49 boats competed across 12 categories, including Best Overall, Best Music, Best Animation, Best Lights, Best Live Band, and Best Sail. From viewing areas at Burton Chase Park, spectators also enjoyed carolers, photo booth opportunities, and food trucks.
I wanted to come out and just have a great time in the community and have fun and watch all of the beautiful boats and all of the people here. It's just been wonderful. So that's what brought me out. This is my first time here.
We also asked spectators which display stood out to them the most.
Oh my gosh, I would say the dogs because I'm an animal lover. So I like the dogs that they have in The Nightmare Before Christmas. So that would be my favorite one.
I don't have a favorite because I don't want to be biased, and I would give a 10 to everyone that put the effort into it.
From Jack and Sally to Santa Claus to musical performances, there was something here for everyone to enjoy. Reporting from the city of Marina del Rey, Christina Corona, NTD News.
And that's all for today's news. I'm Tiffany Meyer. Steve Lance will take over our live special coverage from AmericaFest 2025 on NTD's Capital Report coming up right after this. But first, the CEO of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, is expected to speak at any moment now. We'll tune in for that very shortly. Don't go away.
My name is Steve Lance, and I am the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief for NTD News, and I also host the Capital Report. NTD broadcasts via satellite into China, actually. If you have a satellite dish positioned in a certain way, you'll be able to receive the NTD broadcast. And you can imagine in a country where there is no freedom of the press, there's no freedom of speech, and all of the media is state-run, that poses a significant threat to the Chinese Communist Party. And so they have gone to great lengths to influence and subvert that effort. And I think we're on probably our 13th company, all because the CCP has went after every company who has provided that satellite to stop working with us. So the impact and the role that NTD and the Epoch Times has had, not just on China and the Chinese people, but to the rest of the world, has been incalculable. It's not just Chinese people that have been misled by the CCP, but here in the West, the CCP has infiltrated every level of our society, whether it be our universities through Confucius Institutes and CSSAs, Chinese Student and Scholar Associations, or Hollywood, or the media. The Epoch Times and NTD have been reporting and documenting and raising awareness about the CCP and allowing people in the West to understand what is taking place in the largest communist country in the world. Some of the founding journalists in China initially were arrested and sentenced for 10 years, and the extent of what happened to them may still be unknown. When you understand how this company was founded, who founded it, and why they did it, and what they sacrificed, it's really something special.
Face you. Watch everything be not okay. My name is Tiffany Meyer, and I host NTD's China in Focus and our evening news. I think one of the parts that drives me to work here, despite the difficulties, is I realize through my own process the importance of information. Most of the legacy media here, they get a ton of money from China. And what happens is you get these paid inserts or advertisements that look like news articles, but if you really look into it, it's like, wait, this is a paid insert. So then what you see is these main media that's supposed to be independent is actually also telling or pushing the Communist Party's line from China. And I was like, well, what is that doing to America's national security? And if you're just a regular person, right, you're like, oh, maybe that's far away from me. But then what we notice, especially with once the pandemic hit, right, it's like what happens in China does actually impact you here. We had a viewer who was in Wuhan at the time visiting family and was watching our coverage, probably with a VPN. They were somehow watching our coverage, so this is China in Focus. And because of our coverage, they realized that, oh, a lockdown could be coming, and they changed their flight. So they left earlier than they would have. And the day after their earlier flight, Wuhan went under lockdown. And so they reached out to us and were like, you know, thank you so much for saving our life. Otherwise, they could have still been in a lockdown. We saw news of the draconian lockdowns, or almost 3 years later, they were still under lockdown. And that really reinforced for us, at least here at China Focus, like, oh, our work actually does have a direct impact on people. And that's why there is that need for this news and this information where it can literally save people's lives
and helping them make those decisions. So that was extremely encouraging for us.
What's happened to this world we're living in? Why?
For the 4 years he has been on this earth, he has known nothing but war.
Wherever I go, the things I see, I just want to turn away. The dreams I have, the stories I could tell, will they still be possible? This year, more than ever, I need a brand new world, a clean world. Where I can improve myself and be inspired. My stage can be anywhere and everywhere. But it begins here.
Ganjing World, a brighter way of life.
What does it take to be a Shenyuan dancer? It takes a mind of steel and limbs of rubber. It takes pushing the body to its limits to know that the only limit is in our minds. It takes repeating the same move over and over and over again. It takes facing your deepest fears to conquer them. It takes falling over 100 times only to get back up 1,000 more. And though the journey may be long, the toughest challenges bring the greatest rewards. You need to delve into the past to inspire the future. You need a head devoid of doubt and heart full of humility. You need to learn to speak without saying a word. It takes knowing that greatness isn't achieved alone, but by the spirit of the team. It takes filling our hearts with truth, compassion, and tolerance, for the outer form embodies the inner spirit. It takes changing ourselves first to change the world. No matter what it takes,
It's worth it.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
Timothy chapter 3, verses 1 through 5, it says, "This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away." Lord, we turn away from the culture, but we turn towards you. We turn away from fear, but we turn towards the power of the Holy Spirit. And God, we turn our hearts in this moment towards you because we need your help. You are the God of Charlie Kirk. You are the God of Erica Kirk. And God, we pray that you would place a hedge of protection upon Erica, that you would place a hedge of protection upon her children, that you would place a hedge of protection upon Turning Point USA. God, we pray that you would get the glory out of every talk, out of every message, and out of every sermon this week. God, we know that America is in need of you. Your word says that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach towards any people. God, we turn towards you because we need your help. Lord, we want to pick up the microphone, but help us to pick up your word first. Help us to pick up the anointing first. Help us to pick up a relationship with you first, so that when we get the mic, we will know what you want us to say in a day like today. Lord, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Lord, you are the God that goes before us. And your word tells us to pray for the peace of Israel, for they will prosper that love thee. God, your word is right and your word is true. So our necks are set out tonight expecting you to do great and mighty things. And we give you honor because you are God, and that there's no name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. But at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Come on and help me lift up the name of Jesus on tonight.
Would you please remain standing for the national anthem? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
250 years. By those who stood firm against every force who swore to break this country.
Spiritual war, everybody, that is beyond just the material that we are seeing. This country was founded by courageous Bible-believing Christians. Jeremiah 29:7, seek the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. Disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. Will the people who are the sovereign in this country do everything they possibly can with this incredible blessing given to us by God to fight back and win?
Where then is the road to peace? You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance.
When Turning Point USA was started, I could not have imagined what God had in store for this organization. My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who was generally conservative, I realized this generation, millennials, is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this. We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard. I was 18, no idea what I was doing, no connections, no money. We didn't have an office, we didn't have a staff. It was just me just traveling the country doing this, pure grit, pure energy. We are an organization committed to ideas and to principles, not the political parties or politicians. We are in a generational battle right now that the stakes could not be higher. And the experiment and the gift that our founding fathers gave to us could be easily lost if we don't make the proper choices and the right course corrections.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed. We saw revival.
You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of Glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God. He's the God of all mercy and grace. The total embodiment of love. The total embodiment of truth. And he's here today to call his children back to him.
I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk.
We speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
We should be thankful, not angry, to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and saying we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country at this time. And yet, I see that half our country seems upset. They seem angry that they're born in this country. America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none. Is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
250 years of brave Americans have proven those words true. Ordinary people choosing sacrifice over comfort, duty over self.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself. You still live in the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. There is still so much to be hopeful and to be thankful for. And we have agency.
When truth is under attack, America has always answered with voices that refuse to be silenced. Charlie was one of those voices, and now it's our turn to pick up the mic.
We have only begun to fight. A lot of this could be done without me, and I believe that. I mean, from the high school department, the college department, let's make Turning Point so big that it can survive beyond just the founder. A lot of organizations and groups, as soon as a founder leaves, it just kind of collapses. A lot of my job is not always in the day-to-day details. It's very much vision casting, very much driving success. But we have a great board, and God forbid if something happens, they'll figure it out. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job.
You are the heartbeat of this future and of this movement. Everything that Charlie built, you guys are the legacy holders of that. You are living proof that his mission did not die with him. It lives through you.
This is a full circle moment for me.
2 years ago, my husband stood on this stage and said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And boy, did he. He did. You know, it's really interesting. The enemy has thrown a lot of curveballs at us today and this week and the past 3 months, and one of them is the fact that my entire speech has been wiped because my iPad won't even turn on, so that's a fun technical difficulty that we can figure out. So we're just going to wing it. We're just going to wing it. I was going to share with you stats. I was going to share with you all of the things that we have going on building. So I'm going to just start it off with this. So last year, Charlie, I'll rewind. AmFest is Charlie's Super Bowl. Thank you. These are the stats. I got the stats, no speech. So again, we're going to wing it. So AmFest last year, Charlie reminded me that this was his Super Bowl. And for those of you who are sitting in the back, my husband was very intentional about making sure he was in the back because he wanted to sit in what he considered maybe the worst seat in the arena. And he made it a point to listen to the whole intro video, every speaker video, and he would tell the team, louder, more bass, more noise. He would say, there's a treble and a bass knob. Turn the ones to make it right. So even if you feel like you're in the worst seat in the house, you're not, because Charlie's sitting one of those. So you're in good company up there. But what's also very interesting is that when Charlie first and the team first came up with, since I don't have a speech, I might as well just walk around. When Charlie first came up with AmFest, he thought to himself, who would not love to celebrate America? So we're going to name it AmFest. And that's what he did. And I'll never forget, last year, we were blessed to have President Trump come and speak. And afterwards, Charlie turns to me, starts running. I'm like, where are you going? He's like, I'm about to go on Air Force One. I'm in heels trying to chase him to figure out what is going on. He goes, okay, so I got to get on Air Force One. I was like, good for you, baby. He's like, okay, so I need you to close out the AmFest, and I need you to do the staff meeting afterwards. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, you're closing out AmFest. And I was like, I am not closing out AmFest. He's like, yes, you are. And I said, what am I supposed to say? And he goes, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. I was like, you always say that to me whenever we're in a position where we won't, like there's no script, there's nothing. He's like, baby, you'll figure it out. That's why I married you. So again, here we are. Right. So now we're opening AmFest. But what's so interesting and what I have learned so much within these past 3 months, again, the enemy, but he will never win. We know we're on the winning side. God is so good. So Charlie loved to share AmFest stats. So that's what we're going to do really quick. He would love for you guys to know that 80% of the attendees have never attended a TEEP USA event before. So thank you for everyone who is new. Welcome home. Turning Point USA is your home, and we're loving that you're here. 1/3 of the attendees are students. Yeah. We love our students. 54% are female attendees. Okay. We have 40 breakout sessions, 178 sponsors, all 50 states represented. We have 25 countries represented plus Puerto Rico, but I have the list here. Don't worry, guys. Egypt is not on the list. Don't worry about that. But, oh, how funny. I say Egypt and my iPad turns on. That's fun. Where were we? Okay. So anyways, the past 3 months I have learned a lot. You learn very quickly who is ready to go to war with you. You learn very quickly who thinks emotionally versus logically when you go through something as horrible that not only myself went through, but every single one of you in here that loved my husband. You find out who stays with you, who leaves. You find out a lot. You find out who's going to pray with you when there's no words left. And you also learn some unexpected things, like the fact that Joy Reid probably needs a really, really good hug. And honestly, I'm here for it if she needs it. I got a good hug for you. Good hug for you. I'll even touch the back of your head. But I love you guys. But here's what I've learned the most in these past 3 months is that my husband, he deeply mattered on a multitude of levels, so much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated how much of a peacemaker he was and how much of a coalition builder he was. Because when he was assassinated, we saw infighting, we've seen fractures, we've seen bridges being burned that shouldn't be burnt. We saw a lot on full display. And what I knew as a wife, and I'm the same exact way as him. If you are trying to put up fight or flight mode, we're always fight mode. We don't retreat. Charlie would go wherever he needed to go, and I'm the same exact way. Same exact way. And you'll learn that. You'll learn that about me the more that you get to know me. I know I'm new here. But you'll learn. You'll learn. Him and I were not afraid of that. And that's also why the past several months, several weeks, I honored my husband by completing all of his pre-planned fall media tour hits for his book, any commitment he had. I wanted to honor that for him. I wasn't going on a media tour myself. This was for my husband. Because in our household, our word is our bond. And when you give it, you uphold it. So I honored my husband that way. And so what I'm inspired by is the fact that Charlie and I, again, will go wherever we need to go, but so will you. That's why you guys are here. All of you are here because you know that you're sitting saying, I want to do something. So that's why you came here. You came here to meet other people, to know that you're not in this fight alone. You're here for a purpose. God made you for a purpose. Students, raise your hands. Out of those students, drop your hands, put your hand up if you're in high school. Okay, all of you. I love it. I love my high schoolers. Charlie had a very special place in his heart for Club America. He's like, how could you not love Club America? All of you, again, going where you need to go. If your Club America's not set up or you want to set one up, step right into your admin's office. College students, raise your hands. Got a lot of them. So where you got to be willing to go is on your campus. That means either starting a chapter, joining a chapter, maybe even one day putting up a tent in the quad. We're not afraid. For churchgoers, hold your pastor accountable for biblical citizenship. Okay? There are so many ways to get involved. That's why Charlie built Turning Point USA the way he did. He didn't care your race, your age, your background. if Charlie listened to every single person that told him, you're too young to make a difference, you don't have enough connections, you're not going to do it, he would have let that noise consume him, and he would not have built the machine that he has built today. So don't you dare let anyone tell you you're too young, you're not smart enough, and you're not connected enough. As long as you're a part of Turning Point USA, we will empower you and give whatever you need to be able to make that come to life. Okay? Charlie wasn't just a speaker, he wasn't just a political thinker, he wasn't just a thought leader. Again, he was a bridge, he was a pathway, he was a connection point to generations. He was a pathway and connection point to communication, to inner politics. And he also looked at a generation that has been mocked, that has been dismissed, that has been discouraged, and told them, you matter, your ideas matter, your decisions matter. And he would say this country is still worth defending and still worth sacrificing for. So, like all of you, this is our turning point as well, especially as we move into 2026. And I want to share with you, off this paper, I'm not going to wing this one because I want all of you guys to absorb the magnitude of these numbers. The number of student requests to get involved since 9/10, 140,000 plus get involved requests have been submitted since 9/10. 140,000. Total number of students involved, this is involved within Turning Point USA, 1 million plus students involved in Turning Point USA. Current chapter numbers as of December 18th, 2025, 3,082 Club America chapters, 1,432 college chapters. So that leaves 4,514 total chapters as of today. And we are starting 50 chapters per day at Turning Point USA. It's amazing. Something I also love right now is how we are getting some amazing state partnerships with Club America. I want to give a huge shout out to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's in the house. Florida. Okay. Indiana. Texas. Of course. And Tennessee. Another turning point for us for 2026 is the Make Heaven Crowded Tour, something I'm very excited about. For those of you who attended the memorial service, that revival is a slice of heaven that I'm going to make sure we take around this whole entire country. So we have different tour stops that are going to be coming up that I want you guys to be aware of. Feel free to take a picture whenever they put it up there. But if you're in any of these cities, we are bringing that to you. It's going to be amazing. God is so good. God is so good. I also want to note that our church partnership, since 9/10, we have over 8,000 church partnerships and counting. This one's very special to me. Charlie's love for debate will always be the DNA of Turning Point USA. We believe in debate because we believe in truth, and we believe in civil discourse because we believe that truth can withstand scrutiny. So that is why we will be launching the Pick Up the Mic initiative and getting back on campus for Prove Me Wrongs and campus tour events this spring and fall of 2026. I'm also really excited about everything that we're doing at Turning Point Action. We are locked in and mission focused for both 2026 and 2028. We're investing in states and not just in races. So what I mean by that is we are building the red wall, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire. That's going to be very important to us. We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. That freedom requires responsibility and truth requires courage. So my challenge to you this weekend is very simple. Don't just attend AmFest. Let it mark you. Let it stretch you. Let it challenge assumptions, strengthen convictions, and maybe even make you a little uncomfortable, because that's where growth happens, in those moments. Let it be another turning point in your life. Another moment where you decide not to drift, not to disengage, not to give into cynicism, but to stand up boldly, to be brave, to speak clearly, because that is how we are going to honor Charlie. We are going to honor him not just with words, but with action. So with that, welcome to AmFest. God bless you guys.
I couldn't be more excited to be here today. The golden age of America is just beginning. I really believe that America right now is divided between what I like to call the lions and the scavengers. Lions are people who want to build things, people who are productive. The scavengers believe that if you fail, it's probably somebody else's fault. Donald Trump and the American people are about to make our economy dynamic again. Free markets are merit. Free markets are justice. Free markets are innovation, and they are dynamism. How do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. The future of the country is not just President Trump. The future of the country is in this room. These young people here, it's the people who are in the audience. The future of the country is beginning right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Shapiro.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot. I really believe that the best way to judge the goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children. And on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed. Erica and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what TPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, in a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics, thousands of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity because the legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear. Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty, who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that, a danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse. We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly. Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not. On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people. First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, "My goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this," and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erica Kirk's side. You know, the side of the widow with 2 children, whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with the person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, you know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the Vice President of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to own it. There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests. Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just asking questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based in evidence. He's simply maligning people that he disagrees with, which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein. Check the record. Our duty to provide you evidence means we actually have to do much more than just ask questions. Just asking questions is something my 5-year-old does, and it's really cute when it comes from my 5-year-old. But when grown men and women spend their days just asking questions without, seeking answers, they are lying to you. In fact, they're doing something even worse. They are seeding distrust in the world around you, and they are enervating you in the process. So, for example, if many speakers, including Tucker Carlson and others, get on stage here at TPUSA and claim, without proper evidence, that Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad rape ring being covered up by the Trump administration, they are not actually uncovering a conspiracy or effectuating a solution. They are claiming a special provenance to information they won't let you see, which builds their power and leaves you with none. They are also implicating in their speculation actual human beings, good human beings, like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi, and yes, the President of the United States, even if they're too cowardly to say President Trump's name. And that means you won't trust those good people in the future. You haven't gotten smarter, you've just been manipulated. When forced to demonstrate their evidence, these same people will often refuse to provide it. They'll claim ignorance. They'll pretend they're outside the system, and they don't have access to actual information. They're just asking questions. But many of these same people have direct pipelines to informational sources. So, for example, if Tucker wants answers to his questions about, say, Jeffrey Epstein, he could call the Vice President of the United States. He's quite close with him. But he won't, because that might undermine the empty speculation. None of this means there aren't actual real conspiracies in the world. Of course there are. But actual conspiracies require actual evidence. Yes, there was a Russiagate conspiracy, and we know the names of the people involved and what they did. We know Hillary Clinton and Fusion GPS and James Comey and Loretta Lynch and Adam Schiff. We know all of those people. Yes, there was a COVID-19 conspiracy. We know that Anthony Fauci worked to shut down alternative solutions from people like Jay Bhattacharya. But when people posit a conspiracy and then provide you no evidence, they are doing you a fundamental disservice, and they are making you stupider in the process. Finally, because it is our job to make the lives of our audience better, right? That's really our job, is to give you more information to make your lives better. We have a duty to propose solutions. That's why we have to talk about our problems in order to find the solutions. That's what politics was supposed to be about, after all, finding solutions to our common problems. If we speak endlessly about the problems we face, without ever positing a solution other than wrecking the system or centralizing power in a cult-like figure, we are not finding solutions. We are merely making problems worse. Just asking questions, positing vague conspiracies, raving like Alex Jones about the secret confederacies that control your life, none of it makes your life better. None of it. In fact, it makes your life markedly worse. That's because if you truly come to believe that nothing in your life is in your control, you can't even take control of your own life. You despair of your ability to change your own circumstances, and then you fail. And you must not fail. Because here is the most fundamental truth of all in the United States. For all of its problems, many of which, a huge number of which, are real and serious, the United States is still the greatest country in the history of planet Earth. We have the greatest Constitution ever devised by man. We have the greatest founding philosophy ever put to paper in the Declaration of Independence. In this country, you can make of yourself what you will, and if there are true obstacles standing in your way, we can all work together to remove them. That, by the way, is the essence of conservatism, that we live in a world created by God with a logic and a rationale, that we as human beings were created in God's image, as it says in the book of Genesis, with creative capacity and the power to choose, and that in a free country of limited government and defined powers, with property rights and equality under law, our destiny is in our hands, and that we all have a duty to make the most of that historic opportunity. Anyone who tries to convince you otherwise is lying to you, and they are making your life worse in the process. Now, that lie may feel good in the moment. It may excuse us from taking the corrective action we can take on a personal level to fix our lives. It might give us someone else to blame for our own failures. But in the end, the lie kills. Not just your future, but the country that we've been given. So, for those of us who talk for a living, that's our job. To discuss America's problems with truth and with evidence. To provide possible solutions. And to encourage Americans to succeed and make great decisions. We who speak to people on a regular basis, who have a microphone and an audience, we have duties to you. The duty to speak the truth. The duty to speak from principle, not personal feeling. The duty to take responsibility for our own actions. The duty to provide you with evidence to do more than conspiracize or just ask questions. And the duty to posit real solutions. And if we fail in those duties, you shouldn't listen to us. But you have duties too. Far more important duties. Duties to God and to yourself and to your families. The duty to do the best for yourself and your family and your country with the abilities that God gave you. The duty to be grateful for this extraordinary country. The duty to celebrate what we've all been given and to fight to preserve it. All of that, every bit of that, begins with truth. We owe you that quest for truth. You owe yourselves that quest for truth. And true victory only comes through truth. Thanks so much. Happy to take a couple questions.
My name is Jenna. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Turning Point chapter at JMU. I have a question. How do you balance telling the truth with delivery and speaking to people who disagree with you?
So I think obviously the truth comes first. We ought to be polite, but the truth comes first. And if you can tell the truth in a polite way, that's the best way to do it. But sometimes people perceive truth as impolite, and that's just the way of the world. You know, I rather famously have said that facts don't care about your feelings, and that happens to be true. You know, when you engage in a conversation, I've said this to a lot of people, when you engage in a conversation, it's very important to sort of determine the end of the conversation. If it's going to be impossible to tell somebody the truth in a productive way, you probably shouldn't engage in that kind of conversation, and you should make that judgment ahead of time. But truth always has to take precedence over politeness if the two come into conflict, particularly if you're talking publicly, as we all do for a living. I'm not talking about you're talking to your kid and they bring you a macaroni painting and they're like, is it good or not? And you're like, no, this is terrible, and you stuff it in the trash. It is terrible, but, say that it's good, and then later you kind of put it. I understand. But when we're talking about politics and policy, obviously the truth has to come first, because if we can't agree on fundamental facts, there's no possibility for solutions.
Thank you for being here, Ben. You cited during your speech truth as the most important tenet of American conservatism. Why, therefore, did you call irrelevant the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead and hundreds wounded?
So what I actually said is that if we're looking at modern Israeli-American relations, looking at an attack that happened mistakenly by multiple Navy reports, multiple Israeli reports, and all available evidence, and using that attack in order to undermine today's relations between Israel and America, that's irrelevant. As irrelevant as it would be to cite a piece of evidence from World War II or from 1776 to define America's relations with, for example, Great Britain or Germany today. That does not mean that the attack wasn't horrible for the Americans involved, that it wasn't bloody and terrible. The Israeli government paid reparations to the people who were killed. If you look at the actual military record of what happened on the USS Liberty, it was clearly a mistaken and tragic attack. The people who frequently cite the USS Liberty, however, are not talking about the specifics of the USS Liberty. I suspect that the vast majority of people who bring this up are doing so in order to suggest that Israel deliberately attacked an American ship because Israel deliberately wants to harm America. It is connected generally with a larger point. I wonder if that's your point.
If the truth matters, then the Israeli government must be held accountable for that attack. The American flag was flying on that ship. You do not mistake an American ship for a foreign one when our flag is flying.
So, we can spend the rest of the time talking about the specifics of the U.S. Liberty attack, or you can actually go look at the naval investigations that were done, multiple naval investigations that were done. The reality is that people were flying Mirage planes for the Israeli military at the time. The USS Liberty was sailing in an area where it had essentially gone off-grid. The Israeli military mistook it for an Egyptian ship. They thought it was shelling Al Arish, which happened not to be true. In the initial attack, the American flag was knocked down, and then the attack went on for about 90 minutes. And then, as soon, you can hear this, by the way, on the tapes of the Israeli pilots talking to each other. As soon as they realize that it's an American ship, they call off the attack. They speed a ship to try and help the USS Liberty. There have been multiple unfortunate friendly fire incidents between Allied forces, including, for example, in the Gulf War, where U.S. forces were responsible for killing about 9 British troops during the Gulf War. It's an unfortunate reality of war, but you're not answering my question, which is, what is your broader agenda in asking the question? Because I suspect that your question is not limited to your specific ire over an incident that happened in 1967.
I think we should question any foreign country's relationship with our government.
That's totally fine, but I'm just wondering why you
serve American interests.
Again, I'm perfectly fine with questioning any country's relationship with the United States. But again, I'm wondering what your motivation is in bringing up a 6-decade-old attack as though it is the number one.
At Turning Point USA, where Ben Shapiro is speaking and taking questions. We just heard from Erica Kirk, the widow of the late Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back with more special live coverage on NTD's Capitol Report just right after this short break.
A new era at the design studio by Mathis Home has arrived. For decades, we've brought you the most recognized names in designer furniture. Now we've created our very own house of brands, designed to inspire, built to endure, and delivered directly from the factory to you. Elevated, on-trend, and uncompromising in quality and value. Come experience our world-class design destination and discover what's new, what's now, and what's next at the design studio by Mathis Home.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. sorry. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
For the young people who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations, Covenant House is there providing safety, hope, and a brighter future. Call or go online now. For a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. 1 in 10 young adults will experience homelessness this year. Your gift can help reach them when they need it most.
I didn't ask for my parents and my family to disown me. I didn't ask to end up in a homeless shelter. The beauty of it all is that I found Covenant House.
The need is overwhelming, but your monthly support will make sure no young person is ever turned away. Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours who didn't ask to be put in unthinkable situations. Show them they're loved and not alone. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
With Select Specs £6 specs, you can get 10 pairs of prescription glasses for just £60. That includes frames, prescription lenses, and delivery free to your door. And what makes this really special is each pair can have a different prescription. So it's glasses for everyone. SelectSpecs.com/£6. 10 frames, all with prescription lenses and anti-scratch coating for just £60. You don't get that on the high street. Right now you can save an extra 5% with offer code CG5OFF.
Good evening, I'm Steve Lance, bringing you Capitol Report live from Turning Point USA's AmericaFest right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Coming up this hour, Arizona State Senator Jake Hoffman. He'll join us to share the power of Charlie Kirk's legacy and discuss President Trump's first year back in the White House. And President Trump responding to the newly released November inflation numbers. This is the Kennedy Center board voting to add the president's name to the venue. And the health department taking new action to redistrict gender transition procedures for children. What Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has to say about it. And lawmakers have now left Capitol Hill for Christmas recess. They won't be returning until January, when they'll have fewer than 30 days before yet another looming government shutdown.
This is a special presentation of NTD Capitol Report, coming to you live from Phoenix, Arizona at Turning Point USA's annual AmericaFest conference. Here is your host, Steve Lance.
And we are live here in Phoenix, Arizona, where Turning Point USA is continuing the legacy of Charlie Kirk with the first AmericaFest following his assassination. Just 3 months since that tragic day. Joining me now live is a friend of Charlie's family and a close friend of Charlie, Arizona State Senator Jake Hoffman. Senator, great to have you with us here.
Steve, thanks for having me on again. I mean, this is an incredible day. This first night of AmericaFest. We have 30,000 patriotic Americans here packing out the Phoenix Convention Center. And, you know, what I found so powerful in that first opening session was they led with this powerful video that was inspiring. It was Charlie's words, and then it was a moment of silence. And we took a crowd of 30,000 people who are filled with energy, love of America, and they're here to have a party to celebrate this great country. And yet it was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop in that room, because the reverence for the work and the legacy of Charlie Kirk is just beyond anything that we know in modern American history.
Jake, obviously you were actually a very close friend of Charlie. You've been with this organization, helping it grow since its first AmeriFest, what would you say if Charlie's looking down, which we know he is, watching this, how would he feel looking at the current state of Turning Point? And talk to us what it was like in 2019 and what it is now.
Yeah, you know, I've been with the organization 10 years in January. Came on as their first ad agency, and I'm still working with them today. I love this organization, and I love Charlie Kirk. You know, in 2019, the whole idea of AmericaFest was really a conversation between just a few people. It was Charlie and Tyler Boyer, his chief operating officer, and myself. And we were just kicking around the idea of a party for America. Let's celebrate America, right? I mean, this is the time we had President Trump. He was about halfway through, a little over halfway through his first term. And we had the opportunity to really just celebrate the awesomeness of America, right? It was a party. And the very first year we had 250 people. And to see the growth in this, you know, we went from 250 to about 1,000 the next year to, 10,000, and now 30,000 people here to celebrate the greatest country in the history of the world. That is exactly what Charlie Kirk would want us doing right now. And, it's funny you mentioned what he would be thinking, right, looking down from heaven. I actually texted somebody as I'm feeling the emotion and the power of that opening session with Erica speaking to the crowd. And I texted someone and I said, I'm so sad that Charlie can't be here to see this. I mean, I was standing on the top of the risers all the way in the back of the room, getting to just witness everything that this team that he created has built. And I wish he could be here with us to see it. But I know that he is just fist pumping in heaven and so proud that he's got Erica to lead this organization, that he married such a strong woman who's able to take the torch, and that he built a team of so many incredible young patriots who are here fulfilling his dream to have this incredible celebration. It went from 250 people to the largest political event on planet Earth right now. I mean, this is incredible.
There's really no exaggeration. Senator Hoffman, Arizona State Senator, close friend of Charlie Kirk and his family. As a news organization, NTD News, the Epoch Times, our sister media, we've been here since the beginning, covering these events. And I have to tell you, it's standing room only. Yeah. You can barely move in here. The energy is different than ever before. We just heard from Erica Kirk, as you mentioned. What an extremely powerful woman. How is the family holding up?
Well, look, Erica is an incredible mother. She was an incredible wife, but she is an incredible mother. And so, the family is moving forward as they have to do. And I love that she is incorporating her kids into this organization, that they are getting a chance to experience the power of what their dad built, and that's going to be instilled in them, not just from his time on Earth, but from what they're getting to see with her now leading the helm. And, you're right. It is standing room only in that room. There's overflows in multiple rooms here in the convention center with thousands of additional people. And I could not be more proud for everything that's been accomplished today.
The assassin wanted to silence Charlie. Right. Clearly, when you just look at this multidimensional event and venue, there's news organizations, there's conservative media here that you never saw before. The ones that you did, they're building bigger sets and have a bigger presence.
Yeah. Well, Charlie's vision was always to be the rising tide that lifts all boats, right? He was never about building himself. It was never about fame or glory or money. That was not what Charlie pursued. Charlie cared first and foremost about executing on the mission that God had placed his life towards. And then second, he cared about rising everyone else, lifting a movement that would outlive every single one of us. Our founding fathers, we sometimes get confused by what I call the mist of history, that they were somehow smarter than us or better than us or more well-equipped than us. But that's not true. They simply had the courage to follow where God led them when time and circumstance called their name. And they delivered a country that survived 250 years. Charlie's dream was to build the engine that would deliver the next 250 years. And I think we're seeing that play out, not just here. I mean, if you heard the numbers that Erica Kirk was talking about, they have over 1 million students right now engaged in Turning Point chapters. They have they are bringing on 20,000 chapters every single day at Turning Point USA. Club America chapters in states like Texas and Florida and Tennessee and Oklahoma, college chapters all over the country. I mean, in Georgia alone, they have a request in to start a chapter at the college level on every single college campus in the state of Georgia. I mean, that is incredible, and that's going to yield a generational change, a multi-generational change that I believe will be the key to saving this nation from the Marxist radical left that has destroyed places like the Soviet Union and Iran and China. It's going to be the key that preserves our freedom for the next 250 years.
You bring up the issue of faith and the issue of God and how Charlie, this was really at the center of everything that he did. It was faith in God before politics. Do you see Turning Point staying true to that mission?
I do. Look, there are two sides to this battle. There is the earthly battle that we fight, and there is the eternal, the spiritual battle between good and evil. And you have to understand both sides of that equation, because at the end of the day, on the earthly battles that we fight, the world's best politician is but a mere Band-Aid that will last for a period of time. And then the pendulum will inevitably swing back in the other direction. That is just the nature of the sinful heart of man. We will always fall again, right? And so you have to have the activism side, the action side, and that's what Tyler Boyer has really picked up the torch for Charlie and is carrying that with Turning Point Action and his incredible team there as they look to 2026 and 2028 with hopefully, in my opinion, a J.D. Vance as our presidential nominee and our next president. But, we also have between Turning Point Faith, between the Turning Point USA team, we have young people who are passionate about fighting the battle between good and evil, rescuing souls, not just rescuing votes.
You mentioned Turning Point Action. Oftentimes, Turning Point and Charlie was driving policy. Charlie was essentially a liaison to the people in power, the White House, the president, and many, folks that have great ideas. Who is going to take up that mantle and make sure that Charlie's sort of mission and agenda gets enacted?
Well, I can tell you, Tyler Boyer, the chief operating officer, he used to be the chief operating officer at Turning Point USA. He made the decision with Charlie to switch over and be the chief operating officer at Turning Point Action. Tyler is one of the smartest political minds that we have in America. And Charlie left us with a mission, right? This is, I'm not speaking for the organization, but he left us with a mission that J.D. Vance, we needed to get behind him, and he was going to be our next president. And I'm excited to see the work that this organization, will do to see Charlie's vision come to reality. You heard Erica talk about it on stage, that Charlie wanted to see J.D. Vance in the White House. Look, we're going to fight the battles as they come. One of those battles, actually, that Turning Point Action is gearing up for is to elect Andy Biggs as the next governor of the great state of Arizona. My state. I'm excited for Andy Biggs. He's, I think, our best congressman in Washington, D.C. He's a fearless Freedom Caucus fighter. He was a former Senate president, and Charlie personally endorsed Andy before his death. And so the organization has come out strong to support Andy Biggs. And, Erica did a little tell on stage during her opening remarks. She said, Arizona, we've got to go Biggs or go home. And so I think this organization is going to put a lot of wins on the board come 2026.
It's amazing stuff. Arizona State Senator, close friend of Charlie Kirk and his family, Jake Hoffman. Greatly appreciate you taking some time to share some of these insights.
Anytime. Thanks, Steve.
We'll have so much more live coverage right here from Turning Point's AmericaFest in Phoenix, Arizona. But first, to our top stories of the day. President Trump today addressing the fresh November inflation numbers, this ahead of a Friday rally in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Meantime, the Kennedy Center board voting to honor President Trump by adding his name to the venue. Yes, the Trump Kennedy Center. We go now live to NTD's Washington correspondent, Mari Otsu, who is live for us at the North Lawn of the White House. Mari, good evening.
Steve, good evening. Yes, that's right. Today, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released that long-awaited Consumer Price Index report showing that inflation slowed to 2.7% in November, down from 3% in September, and that it's now the lowest that it's been in months since July. President Trump actually began his Wednesday night address to the nation saying that he inherited the, quote, worst inflation in history from his predecessor and that his administration is now fixing it. And today he reacts to the CPI like this. Watch.
You saw the inflation numbers. They just came out today. What great timing. Practically no inflation. And yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
This comes as President Trump announces that troops will receive a $1,776 check before Christmas, which he says comes from tariff revenue.
1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call, warrior dividend before Christmas, a warrior dividend.
Now, as we enter the Christmas season some 250 years later, we are proud to provide 1776 with a whole new modern meaning for our joint force.
Meanwhile, the Kennedy Center Board votes to rename Washington's leading performing arts center the Trump Kennedy Center.
Well, I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it.
This comes as President Trump secures over $250 million in federal funding to renovate the center.
The building was in such bad shape, both physically, financially, and every other way. And now it's very solid, very strong. And we had a lot of donors come in for record-setting numbers, so we saved the Kennedy Center.
And ushers in what he calls a vision for a golden age in arts and culture.
What a joy it is. Not only is President Trump bringing and making America great again, but we're bringing Christ and God and faith back into our country and into the highest levels of government.
The president reacting to the board's vote as he signs an order reclassifying cannabis from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 substance, which he says will make it easier to conduct marijuana-related medical research.
We have people begging for me to do this, people that are in great pain.
President Trump is also signing an executive order declaring Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays this year. And because this year Christmas lands on a Thursday, that means that most federal workers will get a 5-day weekend with 2 extra paid days off. And tomorrow, President Trump is expected to travel to Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where he'll tout his administration's messaging on affordability. And today, President Trump says to expect a speech not unlike his address to the nation last night when he touted his economic agenda and successes since taking office, like securing the border. Steve, back to you.
NTD's Mari Otsu live from the White House. Thank you, Mari. And health officials taking action to bar gender transition procedures for minors. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying hospitals could lose Medicare and Medicaid funding if they're not in compliance. NTD correspondent Jason Blair reports.
So-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announces a new rule effectively banning hospitals from performing gender transition procedures on minors.
Sex-rejecting procedures are neither safe nor effective treatment for children with gender dysphoria.
Penalties include cutting Medicaid and Medicare funding for hospitals that don't comply. A second rule prohibits Medicaid money from funding these procedures. Kennedy also announces that the HHS is removing gender dysphoria from being classified as a disability.
The Biden-era amendments that designated gender dysphoria as a disability serve the commercial interest of a predatory, multi-billion-dollar industry that betrayed the original intention of those laws.
FDA Commissioner Marty McCary says that the FDA also sent a warning letter to 12 manufacturers and retailers for, quote, illegal marketing of breast binders for children for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria.
Breast binders are a Class 1 medical device with legitimate medical users, such as being used by women after breast cancer surgery. And these binders are not benign. Long-term usage has been associated with pain, compromised lung function from atelectasis collapse, and even difficulty breastfeeding later in life.
The HHS says that from 2016 to 2019, the amount of sex transition procedures performed on children tripled.
Today's revenue for sex-rejecting drugs and surgeries in 2023 were estimated in one study to exceed $4.4 billion. and on track to exceed $7.8 billion by 2030.
The department says that the ban on gender transition procedures on minors will have a 60 to 90-day comment period before being finalized, and the removal of gender dysphoria from the classification of a disability will have a 30-day comment period before finalization. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
And lawmakers have now left Capitol Hill for the holiday break, with government funding and health care still up in the air. Our Washington correspondent Luis Martinez has more on what we might expect from Congress in the new year.
Lawmakers will not be back in Congress in session until January 5th and 6th, 2026, House and Senate respectively. Thus far, Congress has only passed 3 out of the 12 appropriation bills to fund government through fiscal year 2026. When they come back into session in January 2026, they'll have 26 days to pass 9 appropriation bills or face another government shutdown deadline.
Well, the good news is there's the 3 bills that got passed were the VA, and the other was ledge appropes, which is to fund Congress. So I guess Congress, at least they prioritize veterans, but they also were paying our staff. I didn't vote for the last deal because it had bad things attached to it, but I think it's a good strategy to start passing these bills one at a time.
It'll be around health care, and if the Republicans, don't want to extend the ACA tax credits, I don't know. I think we're going to close it down again. That's my expectation, but I don't know.
When Congress comes back into session, the House will have to vote on the Democratic proposal to extend for 3 years the Obamacare healthcare subsidies with no reforms. By then, the subsidies will have already expired.
And our message to Mike Johnson is clear. You can run, but you cannot hide. American people are horrified. Republican leaders are petrified. But House Democrats are unified, standing up on behalf of the American people to protect their health care.
Some Republicans are considering a reconciliation bill addressing health care in order to address the issue without needing Democratic support.
Look, I think through the reconciliation process and tax policy, you can give every American significant tax breaks to be able to save and to be able to use accounts for health care. You can open the market up and drive prices down. I think that ought to be the engine for transformative change for the average American and give them options.
It's important to note that when Congress comes back into session in January, House Republican Conference will lose one of its members. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is set to step aside on January 4th, leaving the Republican Conference with a 218-seat majority, the smallest in American history. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Luis Eduardo Martinez, NTD News.
And coming up, Charlie Kirk, above all else, wanted to be remembered for his faith. We'll speak with David Pollock about the role of faith and family in shaping the next chapter of the conservative movement. Stay tuned right after the break.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back in stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjion Campus courses led by expert educators. This is spectacular. Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more. Wow. All while having fun. Perfect. Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
There's a whirlwind of emotion and activity going on in this painting. and this chaos all around and threat from below. The wolves surrounding her, and they're anything but unmoved. They're moving all the time, and we sense that. But this little girl remains.
And welcome back. I'm Steve Lance, coming to you live from Turning Point USA's AmericaFest 2025 right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Today, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, carrying Turning Point USA to unify conservatives around faith and family. Joining me to discuss is David Pollack, host of The David Pollack Show. David, great to have you on with us.
Yes,
so
my pleasure.
We just heard from Erica Kirk. How do you see Turning Point USA helping to unify conservatives around faith and family in this next chapter?
But, you know, and this is something that this country needed more than anything, a faith-based identity that they can feel like they're part of. Because too many times we look at our political leaders as our gods, as our heroes, when really they serve us. But if we're serving God and our politicians and our leaders are serving God, then we're all moving forward for the same purpose. No organization put that message forward better than Turning Point, bringing that message to youth. When the youth needs that message more than ever, they remove prayer from schools, they stigmatize being faithful, and now we're in a place where you have young people walking around proud of their faith, proud of their religion, and they're motivated more now than ever before to take that action and make it political.
So just a few moments ago, we heard from Erica Kirk. Following him, we heard from Ben Shapiro.
Oh, yeah.
Ben, he was a little bit critical of some of the folks in the conservative movement, some of which that are speaking after him. Tucker Carlson, stay tuned for that. We're going to bring that speech to you live as well. Does that speak sort of to the health of conservatism when you have different opinions, or is this potentially a problem heading into the midterms?
It's certainly a problem. I mean, look, I respect what Ben Shapiro said, and I like a lot of the things he says and does. The problem is when you call out people in that way, you know, when you call out Megyn Kelly, call out Tucker Carlson, and then basically say you're a coward if you don't call them out as well. I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to have those grievances, but Erica's message was one of unity and being positive and moving forward together. She specifically spoke about the fracture. She met with Candace Owens the other day. She's trying to heal because together, moving forward, Charlie's legacy means we have to work together so we can win these 2026 elections. And let me tell you, I don't know who's behind all of the division in our movement, but it is certainly doing its job, whether it's Epstein, whether it's Israel, and you can go down the list of the things that are dividing people, even Charlie Kirk's death. Conservatives are being torn apart on ideological values. And so here's what we need to do. We need to put this stuff behind us. We need to focus on 2026. But if we don't win 2026, we can kiss goodbye 2028. 2026 is where we really stick our flag in the ground and say, this is the hill we die on. And if we lose the House, you know how quickly some weak Republicans are going to turn very fast and go, see, this is Donald Trump's fault. J.D. Vance, they're going to start questioning whether he should be the heir apparent if Donald Trump couldn't deliver 2026. But it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. If we carry that message, Donald Trump's winning message on the economy, winning message on the border, winning message on immigration, winning message on tax, everything. If we carry that forward in 2026, put this nonsense away, we will win in 26, we'll win in 28, and then the future is ours.
Oftentimes when, in pivotal moments, we talk about unity, it's usually between Republicans and Democrats saying that we have more in common than we don't. So when you're talking about the Republican Party, clearly there's even more in common than there isn't. So how do Republicans with different opinions on critical issues come together to make sure that they do stay together as a united front for the midterm?
I think Republicans have to decide if they're willing to go along with MAGA. And I'm not saying the Republicans don't support the MAGA base, but since Donald Trump was first elected, there's always been this rift, and you see it in the local GOPs as well, between the MAGA base and the GOP establishment. We can't keep having these differences. We can't have these divisions. But it's up to the GOP to decide whether Trump is the leader of the party or is Trump the leader of MAGA. In my opinion, MAGA is a much stronger movement than the Republican establishment, because you bring independents, NPAs, former Democrats, Republicans, all across the scope. This is a true Big Ten unity party. You brought in Tulsi Gabbard, you brought in RFK, you're attracting new people, and we can't just throw them aside and go back to being the old school GOP of yesterday, because when Trump's not at the top of the ballot, we don't win. And so we really need to come together. GOP needs to get the messaging that Trump was so successful in delivering on their platform, and then we move forward and win.
Speaking of major policy issues, you just mentioned RFK Jr. Today, he's obviously Secretary of Health and Human Services. He took major steps to end gender transitioning for minors. What's your reaction to this?
How is this even controversial? The fact that we even talk about things like allowing minors to have gender reassignment surgery or medical transitioning, and allowing minors to have this done, having their parents drag them into the doctors who are supposed to do no harm. I mean, these kids grow up regretting it, and sometimes if they go through surgery, it's irreversible. And so the fact that that's even controversial tells you we're at literally a moral crossroads in this country. Whether you're for abortion or late-term abortion or trans minors with transgender surgeries, you really have to take a step back and say, are you living the way God intended this country to live? And if you're opposed to that, then we're probably further apart than we thought. But you know what? The majority of the country agrees with that position, and we can celebrate that because I think it's good for us.
And you're based in Florida, obviously. Yes. Women's sports has become sort of a cultural battleground, more men in women's sports. What are some of the things that you're seeing in Florida and on the state level in other states that you think could be nationally implemented?
Well, if Florida doesn't tolerate any of those things, I mean, that's one of the great things that Ron DeSantis has done. He's been an amazing governor, probably one of the best governors in Florida's history. But taking the woke policies out of government, banning men from women's sports, again, common sense things. Even the stance on abortion. Some people don't like abortion at all, but Florida takes a very reasonable approach at abortion. It's at a heartbeat. So you have a situation where every state could model Florida, and I think that is the way to win going forward, because these are mainstream policies. These aren't radical policies. We're not banning abortion completely. Men not being in women's sports, children not having gender reassignment surgeries, and these are not things people object to. So I think Florida's doing the right thing, and I think every state should follow suit, especially with education as well.
And we're right here. We're only 3 months out. It's really hard when you put it into perspective from Charlie's assassination. This is the first AmericaFest since his death. This is what Turning Point internally refers to as their Super Bowl of events, their largest event. It's clearly the biggest one that they've ever had. The energy's high. How significant is this event, not just politically, but culturally for the conservative movement?
I mean, I'll tell you, if you cannot find a Republican event, and I know this isn't a Republican event, but you can't find a Republican event with young people that are excited to be there. You go to your HOA, I mean, you go to your GOP meetings, look like HOA meetings, right? Everybody's asleep. It's boring. Look at the energy, the sparks. Like you heard Erica talk about, Charlie wanted more base. This is making being a Republican fun, make it fun again. And so when you see this many young people, this motivated, hundreds of thousands of chapter requests, more than ever before, Charlie is not only here today, he is everywhere, and his legacy is enduring. And I am so encouraged to see the young people who are honestly the future of this movement and the future of America being so motivated to do things, get active politically. And they're all brilliant, by the way. You see some of these kids around here, they're all so smart and they're all so motivated. And I feel really hopeful for this country, knowing that these are our youth versus the youth you see outside with purple hair holding signs that they don't understand.
We're going to have some of those young folks joining us on this program in just a few minutes coming up. So stay tuned for that to hear directly from them. What is it that you think is drawing more and more of the younger generation to conservative values, to the conservative movement?
Well, look, I think for so long, if you look at school and all the chaos and all the negativity and all the hate, I think young people really want to get them out of this chaos in a place that feels good and pure. And so the left has really created this environment that's ripe for a revival. And the young people are showing you what they want. They're telling you what they don't want the woke nonsense. They don't want the hate, the division. They don't want the violence. They want a place where they can grow up, nurture their family, learn, be men, be women. And Turning Point has shown by example, Charlie Kirk, shown by example of how we can lead like our founding fathers did, with respect for God and the understanding of the responsibility for what it means to be an American. And you're seeing that here. And these are the things that young people want desperately. And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or not. They're not coming here because they love the Republican Party. They're here because they love America and they love the feeling they get being part of this movement. And that's what Turning Point is doing so well.
Host of the David Pollock Show.
Yes,
David Pollock, really appreciate your insights. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
And coming up, police releasing a new map and identifying a person of interest in the Brown University shooting that killed 2 students. We'll have the updates. And the Kennedy Center debuting its first ever Christmas tree lighting ceremony with emphasis on faith and tradition. We'll hear from the institution's president, Rick Grinnell, just after the break.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride with being part of these multi-generational businesses. But there's also a significant amount of pressure. My senior year of high school, my dad made the decision that this world no longer needed him in it. I don't know if he was overwhelmed by the bills and checks that weren't going to be coming in because of the strawberries dying off, but it breaks my heart that my dad made a permanent decision for a temporary issue. Don't feel like you have to go through it alone.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
In the mornings, that's my time. Watching the sun come up, I can have a cup of coffee and exercise if I want to. It helps me start the day with a sense of gratitude.
Yay!
Every day is a new opportunity. Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
My name's Stacy, I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020.
We were adopted in 2019.
And we were adopted in 2021.
We had a house, and it sounds crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home.
When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
You weren't there for the first this and the first that. I missed the first words, but we got a lot of other firsts.
Watching her say, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license. And she's like, I passed. And I'm like, girl.
See them grow. It is.
They chose to love us. They didn't have to. They chose us. Family.
You and you.
Kids in the middle.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete, but it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
My graduation was something I will never forget. People like you and me sometimes may have doubts in yourself, but I feel that everything's possible.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
My name is Steve Lance, and I am the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief for NTD News, and I also host the Capitol Report. NTD broadcasts via satellite into China, actually. If you have a satellite dish positioned in a certain way, you'll be able to receive the NTD broadcast. And you can imagine in a country where there is no freedom of the press, there's no freedom of speech, and all of the media is state-run, that poses a significant threat to the Chinese Communist Party. And so they have gone to great lengths to influence and subvert that effort. And I think we're on probably our 13th company, all because the CCP has went after every company who has provided that satellite to stop working with us. So the impact and the role that NTD and the Epoch Times has had, not just on China and the Chinese people, but to the rest of the world, has been incalculable. It's not just Chinese people that have been misled by the CCP, but here in the West, the CCP has infiltrated every level of our society, whether it be our universities through Confucius Institutes and CSSAs, Chinese Student and Scholar Associations, or Hollywood, or the media. The Epoch Times and NTD have been reporting and documenting and raising awareness about the CCP and allowing people in the West to understand what is taking place in the largest communist country in the world. Some of the founding journalists in China initially were arrested and sentenced for 10 years, and the extent of what happened to them may still be unknown. When you understand how this company was founded, who founded it, and why they did it, and what they sacrificed, it's really something special.
Fest 2025, live in Phoenix, Arizona. Joining me right now are two of the young people that are propelling this movement and have been for quite some time. Hannah Faulkner, Cami Barnes. It's great to have you both with us. Cami, you are a chapter vice president at Colorado State University. Talk to us about your feelings coming here just 3 short months since Charlie's been assassinated and the energy level that you're feeling.
Yeah, so Colorado State definitely has some personal experience, as we were supposed to be Charlie's next stop, and unfortunately we never got to see that happen. But being here and the energy here is incredible. I think that this movement has really surged. I think this assassin has failed in his attempt to silence us. I think that he has only made us louder, stronger, and prouder to be conservative. So we are here and we are ready to stand strong for sure.
Hannah, you've been with the organization for quite some time. What is your sense right now of where the movement is?
Man, coming down the escalator earlier today just to get prepared for an interview, it's surreal looking at the picture of Charlie Kirk saying, "We are Charlie Kirk." You ask, like, what's missing? And it is Charlie Kirk, an American hero, truly a martyr for Christ, assassinated on live television for the whole world to see. I think, obviously, it's horrific. It has been a devastating attack on not just Charlie Kirk, on not just Turning Point USA, but for conservatives, for young people and our values and what we stand on. We saw what happened at Brown University over the last week, a young girl killed for what she believes in, and this is not the last time it's going to happen. I think that's what scares young people, but it also fires them up to keep standing, to keep fighting, because this might just be our last chance to save this country.
Now, Cami, as a young conservative, are you encouraged by what you're seeing from the younger generation?
I would say I'm more than encouraged. Honestly, being just at AmFest, but also just on campus, we've been able to see so many people become braver and more outspoken. Unfortunately, Charlie did have to pass for that to happen, but these young people are ready to fight back, and we're so excited to do so because we do want to save our country, and that fire in our hearts is ignited. It's huge, and we're here. So.
How is it different?
The energy is so different. Obviously, we've seen a huge fracture in the conservative movement recently on the topic of Israel, what it means to be America first, America only. And I have to say, coming here, I was a little worried. I'm like, I don't know what is the temperature going to be on that. And even just being in the first few speeches, I feel that this is unifying. I think that people are recognizing that, hey, we are destroying ourselves from within. And if we don't stand on the issues that we do agree on, faith, family, freedom, we're going to lose this country in the midterms in the next coming elections and even 10, 15 years down the road. I think this event, the largest conservative conference truly in American history, young people, tens of thousands of young people showing up. It's exciting, it's electric, and I'm excited to see what happens next.
Now, Cami, we're seeing Gen Z shifting more and more to conservative. However, females tend to be lagging a little bit behind. Why do you think that is?
I honestly think that it has become such a movement for the boss babe movement, right? Women want to pursue these huge careers, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but they have put everything else on hold, all of the traditional values, in order to pursue these careers that we have been told that we must follow, and we will not be happy unless we have these. But I think that we're coming back to right now to traditional values and biblical values, and realizing that we can be happy without pursuing such big careers, without pursuing any of our other dreams like a family.
Hannah, how do you better reach the female demographic and bring them into your movement?
Yeah, well, I think the biggest target, I mean, number one, we look at the left, we look at the Democratic Party, not a single one of their issues is standing on women's rights. They love to mask their movement as a movement for women's rights. They refuse to protect men and women and their sports. They refuse to kick men out of their sports. They refuse to protect them from being drafted. I mean, we've looked at past bills and pieces of legislation where the Democrats chose to allow women to be drafted into war if that, God forbid, came to a point. So I think just hitting it hard and saying, hey, listen, the Democratic Party does not care about your rights. They do not care about you as a woman protecting your spaces, and really getting down to the root of it, which I believe is the feminist movement.
How important is faith in the conservative movement? And what are young people around you on the college campus? Are you starting to see them gravitate more toward traditional values and faith?
Yeah, I think faith is absolutely vital in this movement. I think that we are moving away as a society from party culture, from just unbiblical culture. If you look at the stats, Gen Z is closing down bars right now because we are just unwilling to go. We are so on fire for God and on fire for Jesus. And I think that returning to these biblical values not only gives us hope in something bigger than ourselves, but also gives us hope that there are others like us, and so we are changing a generation.
Hannah, we'll give you the final thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you said there, and I think this just shows that when you as a country, as a society, reject the author and the creator of morality, which is God, this is a nation founded upon biblical principles. We're not a theocracy. There's no freedom within a theocracy, but our founding fathers did recognize that if this nation was not founded upon natural law, meaning our rights don't come from man, they come from God, this republic would crumble. And I think young people, conservatives and Christians, conservatives, everyone here is realizing the fault of really rejecting the creator and author of our life.
Well, clearly, the young female demographic here in this building is fired up. Thank you both so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back with more from Turning Point USA right here in Phoenix, Arizona in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Right now, all over the country, kids at Shriners Hospitals for Children are able to go home and be with their families for the holidays. And it's only possible because of the monthly support of people just like you.
Thanks to a generous donor, your first gift of $19 a month will have 3 times the impact to help more kids.
With your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the care you'll be providing so kids can be with their families.
Christmas Eve will find me where the love light gleams.
It only takes a moment to call the number on your screen, or you can visit loveshriners.org right now on your phone or computer.
Your first gift of $19 a month will have 3 times the impact in the lives of kids like me.
Because every child just wants to be home for the holidays, and your gift makes that possible.
Your call is the best gift of all.
Your gift will be my favorite Christmas present this year.
Please call the number on your screen or go online right now with your monthly gift.
And when you become a monthly donor, your first gift will have 3 times the impact to help more kids. Thank you for giving.
Kids love it. Parents trust it. Obviously. Explore GJW Plus Kids Series and Ganjiong Campus courses led by expert educators.
This is spectacular.
Children will learn values like respect, responsibility, and knowledge in language, science, and more.
Wow.
All while having fun.
Perfect.
Subscribe today at GJW Plus Kids, where learning meets fun.
Now's the time to get your home ready for hosting with the holiday savings event at Mathis Home. They have over 100 dining sets in stock with the styles you like at incredible values. This set is a great deal. You get the contemporary trestle table and 4 comfy side chairs, all 5 pieces for just $6.99. And you don't have to wait. With fast and easy financing and free delivery, you can enjoy your new dining set tonight. Get the lowest prices of the year during the holiday savings event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
And welcome back. I'm Steve Lance, coming to you live from Turning Point USA's AmericaFest 2025 right here in Phoenix, Arizona. And a new development in the manhunt for the Brown University shooter. Officials have identified a key person of interest. NTD's Arlene Richards has more.
It's been 6 days since a suspect gunned down students in a classroom at Brown University, injuring 9 and killing 2. Providence police and officials face mounting pressure to identify and locate the person who was still at large and deemed armed and dangerous. On Thursday, officials told NBC that a person of interest seen in multiple video footage wearing a mask and dark clothes has been identified. A press conference was delayed. Meanwhile, investigators are searching for a second person who crossed paths with the person of interest. Investigators said the individual was near the person of interest on Saturday before the shooting occurred. Police are also investigating possible ties between Saturday's shooting at Brown University and Monday's slaying of a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Providence police released a new map on Wednesday that shows the streets where the person of interest was seen on video footage the day of the attack. The person is wearing a mask or has his head turned in the footage. Streets marked in green indicate locations where the individual was present hours before the shooting. Streets marked in red indicate locations where the person of interest was present immediately after the shooting. And the blue zone identifies the area where investigators are seeking more camera footage from residents. Rhode Island Hospital provided an update Thursday on the condition of the students injured during the attack. Of the 9 patients treated, a spokesperson said 6 are in stable condition and 3 have now been discharged. 2 other students, Ella Cook and Muhammad Aziz Umerzakov, were killed. Ella was a sophomore from Alabama. Services will be held at 11 a.m. Monday at Cathedral Church of the Advent in Birmingham, Alabama. Muhammad Aziz was in his first semester at Brown. He was a naturalized citizen from Uzbekistan living in Virginia. His family wanted his body returned to Virginia as soon as possible, where they are expected to give him an Islamic funeral. Arlene Richards, NTD News.
And the U.S. has approved its largest ever weapons sale to Taiwan yesterday. This $11 billion. This comes as tensions are higher than ever with the CCP in their aim to take over Taiwan. NTD's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley has more.
In the face of mounting pressure from the Chinese Communist Party, the U.S. approved the largest weapons package to Taiwan on Wednesday. The U.S. is selling Taiwan a record $11.1 billion worth of arms. Now, that includes missile defense systems, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, armed drones, and several other pieces of equipment. Now, the State Department has already approved the arms package, but it still needs final approval by Congress, which can either block or alter the sale if it wants to. But defending Taiwan has widespread support from both parties in Congress. And the Pentagon says that the arms sales serve U.S. national, economic, and security interests. And this is the second U.S. arms sale to Taiwan over the past year. The Trump administration recently released a national security strategy which says that the U.S. is prioritizing deterring a conflict over Taiwan by preserving military overmatch against China.
It's our job to make sure Beijing sees unquestionable U.S. military strength that, if necessary, can back up our national interests.
This administration is going to help those that help themselves.
It's also, said another way, I would say that in order to have some say, they're going to want you to pay. They're going to want you to put some money on the table. Why? Because it's an investment in your own defense, in protecting your own territorial integrity and national sovereignty.
Last month, Taiwan's president announced an extra $40 billion in defense spending, specifically to build an air defense system to guard against the CCP. Now, the CCP's leadership has vowed to take over Taiwan by 2027, and it's been ramping up military pressure against Taiwan and its allies in the Pacific, conducting aggressive military drills, like those near Japan, South Korea, and Australia. So the U.S. is strengthening relations with those allies.
We are living in a much more contested world where it really matters to be doubling down with friends and allies, and obviously America is front and centre and foremost for Australia in that respect.
Though the U.S. doesn't have any formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, the alliance appears to be strengthening. Earlier this month, President Trump signed the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act into law, requiring the State Department to review and update its guidelines engaging with Taiwan at least every 5 years. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
Lawmakers are sounding the alarm on the CCP and how it's exploiting U.S. tax dollars to fund its own military and technological advancements. That includes sensitive nuclear technology. NTD's Melina Wisecup reports.
In the past 2 years, $6 billion worth of research and more than 4,000 papers published within the Department of Energy involved collaboration with Chinese researchers. Half of that research is fueling China's defense and industrial base. Some of the Chinese entities involved are among the leading universities for defense and nuclear weapons research. This is according to a newly released report by the Select Committee on the CCP. The report is not hypothetical, congressional investigators say, detailing hundreds of instances in which Chinese researchers received awards after their collaboration with U.S. researchers led to breakthroughs. For example, collaboration with a U.S. professor helped the CCP in its research into high-yield explosives and Chinese nuclear weapons development. At the same time, lawmakers are pushing legislation to stop Americans from unknowingly propping up CCP entities that threaten U.S. national security. Congressman Andy Barr and Senator John Cornyn leading on the Fight China Act.
We're codifying President Trump's America First investment policy with this legislation, which will stop the flow of capital and know-how into these sensitive technologies that threaten our national security.
The chairman of the China Committee described the situation as deeply alarming and called on the Department of Energy to stop the exploitation and protect hard-earned taxpayer dollars. To address this, lawmakers are calling for tighter rules, like requiring the government to disclose research ties with China. The Department of Energy said it's reviewing the report and vows to ensure the integrity and security of DOE programs. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Melina Wisecup, NTD News.
And the Kennedy Center last night hosting its first ever official Christmas tree lighting. This as NTD Sam Wong was there to speak with the institution's president, Rick Grinnell, about the brand new holiday tradition.
5, 4, 3.
With the flip of a switch, the Kennedy Center's first official Christmas tree was glistening. The Hall of States illuminated with cheers and Christmas tunes as families gather to celebrate this festive occasion.
The Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, was here. We lit the tree. But more importantly, a couple of months ago, she alerted me to the fact that the Kennedy Center was going to get an official tree for the first time. So you see this tree, and it's spectacular.
Donated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the 18-foot red spruce came from the Appalachian Mountains in Southern Virginia. Starting on this day, the tree lighting ceremony became a new holiday tradition, putting faith and worship front and center at America's cultural institution.
It isn't just a beautiful Christmas tree. It has amazing significance. It's an incredible symbol of what we're all doing and why we're here tonight. We're bringing Christ and God and faith back into our country and into the highest levels of government.
Following the ceremony, the Kennedy Center also put on a holiday concert featuring songs of worship and biblical stories, reminding folks about the importance of faith and tradition in American culture. And fostering ties within the community is another mission the institution is seeking to fulfill. To revive the Christmas spirit, Kennedy Center President Rick Grinnell has a message to those who are feeling lonely during the holiday season.
This season is a great celebration for many people, but for some, it's a lonely time. And I would say, come to the Kennedy Center. We have a lot of free events. We have an atmosphere that is welcoming for the entire community, and I bet you're going to meet new people and be able to celebrate together.
The Kennedy Center has a series of Christmas activities on its schedule, including free music performances, film screenings, and family workshops. Sam Wang, NTD News, Washington, D.C.
And thank you so much for tuning in to this special live coverage of the Capitol Report at Turning Point USA's 2025 AmeriFest. I'm Steve Lance, and we will be tossing it now to AmeriFest, where Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire is expected to speak at any moment, followed by Tucker Carlson. Let's tune in.
Thank you all very much. Are there like 500,000 people here? How many? This is unbelievable. Every year, I would say it every year I come, it's 1,000 people. It's 5,000 people. 10,000. Now this year, I think we've reached about 4 million people. This is packed to the gills, people everywhere. Thank you very, very much. It is always great to be at AmericaFest, which, through the efforts of TPUSA and TPUSA's founder, has become the largest, most energetic, most crucial gathering of young conservatives in the country. AmericaFest is always a highlight of the year on the American right. It has to be if we're going to sneak away from our families and abandon the kids right before Christmas. It is always got to be, and it always is, fabulous. It's especially important, however, for us all to be here this year to pay tribute to our great friend, Charlie Kirk. Everyone in this room, I suspect, has paid tribute to Charlie in some way or other over the past few months. The way everything happened, Charlie and I actually were supposed to host an event together 12 days after a leftist ended his life. Many more events followed. Charlie, as you all know, had a lot of friends. He had roughly 30 or 40,000 friends, I think, actually many more than that. They came in and they helped to finish that tour as well. Amid all of the tributes, people have praised Charlie's debate skills. It was very unfortunate to be on the wrong side of Charlie debating. He was very good at it. They've praised Charlie's ability to fundraise, his power to motivate voters, and, in the words of the White House Chief of Staff, to make the winning difference in the presidential election. He did all of those things at as high a level as anyone in the country. But Charlie's distinctive skill, his distinctive gift among so many, his most Christian gift, was his ability to make peace within a fractious coalition. Erica spoke beautifully about this earlier. Blessed are the peacemakers. Everyone and his mother has an opinion. It is not hard to have an opinion. It is not hard to pick fights, to accuse, to gossip, to defame, and to revile. In our age, it can be very lucrative. What's more, it can be entertaining. What is harder is to build, to refine, to assuage, to unite, and to advance. What is harder is to mediate, to harmonize, to suffer setbacks with patience, and to offer grace to those who often don't deserve it. Charlie did the harder thing. Why did he do it? Why did he do any of it? Ultimately, he would say it was for his faith in Christ. Politically, he did the harder thing because he knew we had to win. Charlie was a great debater, but he understood that politics is not debate club. There are real threats, real costs to losing. There are real goods to be won. And there is a real chance that we can win if we are willing to sacrifice some pride and put in the often thankless work of keeping a team or an army together moving down the field. This is the last event that Charlie will have left us. That hit me this morning and as I was flying out here. This is the last one. He planned out his tour, he wrote his book, and this is the last one. The people on this stage, and the many more people in the seats, all of you, you are the people that he invited. This is the team. This is the army right here. You might not like some of the people that he brought onto the team. You might prefer that he invited some people that he excluded from the team. But this is it. And whatever you think, the leftists who perpetrated, excused, justified, and celebrated Charlie's assassination make no distinctions between any of us, any of the people in this room. We are all the same to them. So what are we doing here? We are paying tribute to our friend, and we are charting a path forward, a task made much more difficult in the absence of our generation's political peacemaker, without whose leadership we find ourselves in the latest right-wing civil war. I say the latest right-wing civil war because there's always some civil war going on the right. Right-wingers are too independent-minded to avoid it. There are, by my count, two factions on the left. There are the progressives and the very progressives. And John Fetterman. If I'm being fair, there's also John Fetterman. There is, whatever he is. On the right, however, we have the populists, the fusionists, the neocons, the paleocons, the Wall Street conservatives, the Main Street conservatives, the religious right, the irreligious right, the libertarians, the traditionalists, and half a dozen other ideologies in the middle, all vying for power, all accusing the others of not being truly or sufficiently conservative. Now, all of these factions conveniently point to some period or other in the long history of American conservatism to prove that they are the sole true keepers of the conservative flame. The free-trading fusionists accuse the pro-tariff populists of betraying the true conservatism of Ronald Reagan. Never mind that Reagan protected steel and cars and automobiles and semiconductors. Forget about that part. They're the true conservatives. The neocons accuse the foreign policy realists of abandoning the truly conservative global leadership of George W. Bush. Never mind that George W. Bush campaigned for president on foreign policy restraint and against nation building. Forget about that. The classical liberals accuse the post-liberals, the boomers accuse the zoomers, and on and on and on and on. Each faction claims that true conservatism includes only its own narrow ideology. The actual history of the American right tells a different story. In America alone, the right has been the party of tariffs. It actually founded on tariffs. And then we hated tariffs, and now we kind of like tariffs again. We were the party against immigration. Then we really liked immigration. We said all the immigrants are American. They just don't know it yet. And now we don't like immigration again. I think that's pretty clear. We have been the party of foreign policy restraint, and then of adventurism, now of restraint again. Does this mean, therefore, that we stand for nothing? No, it does not. It means that we respond to reality. If there is one thing conservatives pride ourselves on, it is our relationship to reality. The left has no relationship to reality. The left castrates little boys to try to make them into little girls. But conservatives do respond to reality. And one of the crucial facts about reality is that circumstances change. Politics is not some pure science of abstract ideals. It is the practical art of applying eternal principles to constantly changing circumstances among real people in a specific place and time. Is that too wordy? Well, I'll simplify it. Politics is about getting along together. That's what it comes down to. It's built into our human nature, and we cannot survive without it. So how do we get along? How do we get along as a country? At the highest level, we cannot get along with leftists who want to murder us. We cannot do it. It's not possible. Would that we could, but we can't. The people who minimize and justify and even celebrate the murder of innocent conservatives for political disagreement, can't get along with them. The embrace of political violence is only growing on the left. This is backed up by survey after survey. Even a major liberal magazine had to admit it. To get along as a country, then, we need to restore order and de-radicalize the left. To do that, we need to keep winning. We have been winning. We are winning more. We need to keep winning. We have to do it. There is no substitute for victory. Anyone who tells you that we don't need to win, forget about the midterms, forget about 28, forget about politics. Anyone who tells you that we shouldn't try to win, tune that person out. That person is a loser. I want nothing to do with that person. The squishes on the right who tell you that it's preferable to lose with dignity than to what? Than to try and to win. Or the doomers who tell you that it's impossible to win anyway, so just forget about it. You know, why even try? Losers, every single one of them. Tune them out, ignore them. There is something in all that blackpilling for them, for the broadcasters. There is nothing in it for you. Cynics can profit off despair. Citizens cannot. Tune it out. We need to win. Have I been clear about that? We need to win. If we are going to get along as a country, we, the right, need to win. And to keep winning, we need to get along with each other. So how do we do it? How do we unite? Do we let just anyone in? Well, the door is wide open, just like the border, right? No, obviously not. All political movements have boundaries. I know that we're supposed to be against cancel culture now. I never was, actually. I've always looked on the bright side of cancel culture. This is another one of those shifts on the right. Before we were the party of absolute free speech, anything goes, we were the party of Joe McCarthy. We were the party of canceling communists. We were the party of standards. I think standards are very good and very conservative. So no. We don't just take anybody in. Some things are out of bounds. Injustice, cruelty, vulgar hatred on the basis of race or sex or religion. Not only are those things wrong in themselves, they're politically toxic. Charlie knew to exclude all that stuff. You don't build a winning coalition with a reviling spirit. Fair enough. Some qualities are non-negotiable. It's not all the little ideological hobby horses of the various rival factions. It's not exactly this policy or that policy. The qualities that distinguish the right, that set the standards for the team, are broader than that. To be on the team, in my humble opinion, you have to love our country. Is that simple enough? Many on the left today seem to hate the country. Leftists burn the symbol of the country. They defame the people who built the country. They seek to fundamentally change the country, weaken the country, surrender the country and all of its supposedly stolen land. Those people are not on my team. If you love this country, if you want this country to succeed and get stronger and flourish, you know what? You're on my team. We're on the team together. To be on the team, you have to acknowledge that there is such a thing as the American people. We're not just an idea floating in outer space. My team, we are fighting together. And finally, which is a great cigar brand, by the way, you have got to be willing to sacrifice. You have got to be willing to contribute. You have got to be willing sometimes to have patience, to negotiate, to give a little of the things you want. There are plenty of people who are attracted to politics because of what it offers them: fame, money, entertainment. They'll say anything to get another view or make another buck. They don't ever help elect lawmakers. They don't ever help get policy passed. They don't ever work to get out the vote. Sometimes they even discourage civic engagement if it makes for more titillating content. I have no use for those people. Our friend Charlie was entertaining. His enterprises were profitable, and he rightly earned a lot of fame. That was not what drove him. That was not even close. For every viral debate clip that you saw, every podcast or interview that popped off, Charlie was driving countless conversations, negotiations, campaigns behind the scenes, doing everything he could to make sure the wheels didn't come off the wagon of American conservatism, that we kept moving forward, always driving toward the goal of advancing the right, improving the country, winning, even when it was hard, even when it was thankless, even when there was risk. We are in a period of major change on the right. Unless we amend the Constitution, which is on the table, by the way, but if we don't, President Trump will probably leave office soon. Unless Hillary goes for the three-peat loss, and maybe she should. A round of applause for Hillary running again, I think she'd be even better than Kamala, I think. But I don't think she will, no matter how much we cheer her on. Assuming all of that, the baby boomers will soon exit the political stage. Younger generations will take charge, and the youngest political generation, the Zoomers, will demand solutions to the specific political problems they face in employment, in housing, in a fraying social order. We need to give them answers. They deserve answers, and they are the future of this country, and if the conservative movement is to have any future, it needs to bring them in. Conservatives, a lot of Zoomers in the audience, I see. Conservatives can either confront these new challenges with humility and patience, hearing each other out and refining our message and our vision to match our moment, or each faction can demand all or nothing, retreat to its corner, mumble the same old shibboleths, and hand the country over to the people who would destroy us all together. The worst thing about assassination is that it works. Some people really matter, and it matters when you take them out. And I pray that this will be the exception. I pray that the right can sort out its differences with patience and grace and plot a path forward that leads us all to victory. That we are all here together at this moment, Christmas time, looking ahead to the new year, all together looking ahead to the future of this country at a crucial moment, is an opportunity and a blessing. And I am reminded that. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. And blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. God bless Charlie and the Kirk family. God bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
never miss a Charlie Kirk event because I love Charlie Kirk. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. Telling the truth means the hardest truth of all, which is telling the truth about yourself. It might be worth taking just 10 minutes out of your busy schedule to say a prayer for the future, and I hope you will. Don't let anybody insult you instead of answering a legitimate question. You know, you've got your ideas, I've got my ideas, we can debate them, but I honestly don't think ever again in my lifetime will the richest people in the country be able to point a finger in your face and say, your position is too immoral to discuss, and if you keep talking, we're going to put you in jail. That has been their position, and they will never again get away with that, ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson.
Thank you. Walking out is always such a trip at these things. I just got here, and I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did. No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when, like, Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for like deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah, this is hilarious. Actually, one of the clips I was listening to myself, thinking as I often do when I hear myself speak, which is never, because I never watch myself, but at these events, they always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that. We don't see ourselves clearly. But the prediction that, you know, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, you know, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, you know, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard Cultural Revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist. You shouldn't immediately go to motive. By the way, shut up racist is the #1 reason I voted for Donald Trump. And because I'm just sick of it. I mean, first of all, if I was a racist, if I was a bigot, I would just say so. Okay, it's America. You're allowed to be whatever kind of person you want. I'm not. I'm sincerely opposed, have always been, and will always be. But the style of debate where you prevent the other side from talking or being heard because you immediately go to motive, well, I wonder why you're asking that question. I wonder why. Why are you asking that question? I detect in the question a certain evil in your soul. And everyone listening should know that listening to you implicates them, and that they someday may be asked to denounce you, and that friendship is not a reason to defend someone. Love is no defense. I kind of thought we'd reached the end of that. And as far as I'm concerned, we have. And I'm not going to play by those rules. I'm not going to engage in that. If someone doesn't like what I think, fine with me, as long as I get to express it. That's my view. But since we're on the topic, I think I should take the opportunity to explain why Charlie was under all this pressure. And I think Erica, who I just saw backstage, and whom I love, and who I can tell you is totally committed to continuing the core principle of Charlie's public life, which is the right of every person to express what he believes. That is rooted in Christian faith. We believe people should be able to say what they think because they have souls. They're human beings created by God. They are not slaves. They are not animals. They are not objects. You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him. He is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes from. That's where free speech comes from. And there's no accident. This is the only country in the world that protects it, because our founding documents were informed, as you just heard so nicely expressed by Michael Knowles, my friend, by people who self-consciously incorporated Christian precepts into their structure of government. So Charlie was committed to that. But the people around him were like, you can't, because it's not that Carlson's wrong. My only point was I don't want a land war with Iran. I got over my skis and said I didn't want another regime change war with Iran. Rather than explain why we should have a regime change war with Iran, which I'd be happy to listen to, he's an anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite. Which I said, well, obviously that's not true. And Charlie said, I know. And then it just didn't stop. So I continued to say, I'm not an anti-Semite. We don't care what you say. You're lying. You are. So let me just affirm one final time. Not only am I not an anti-Semite, and would say so if I was, I'm not an anti-Semite for a very specific reason. Not because it's unpopular or my donors don't like it. I don't have any donors. I'm not an anti-Semite because anti-Semitism is immoral. In my religion, it is immoral to hate people for how they were born. Period. But that is not a limited principle. That is a universal principle. It applies to every human being on planet Earth. You may not, you are prohibited by my religion, which is Christianity, from hating people for how they were born. Because God created them with his spark in his image. Because they have souls. You can disagree with them. You can hate their ideas. You may even find yourself, and I do, I'll confess it, hating them for a moment. But you can't hate everyone who's like them. You can't punish people for crimes they didn't commit. That's the basis of our justice system. That's the basis of Christian ethics. That's why we have what are called human rights. They apply to every human, not just your group, not just my group, but every group, every human, because we don't consider people in terms of the groups to which they belong. We consider them as individuals the way that God created them. So anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral. And it is precisely as immoral as hating any other group. And that would include other groups in the United States that are hated and have been under attack for decades. And that would include white men who did nothing to become white men. They were born that way. And just because you have a beef with a white man, let's just say Donald Trump, doesn't mean you get to punish all the rest of the white men in the country. And yet, our leaders, not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and two others, every single one for more than 10 years has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it, by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias. Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians. Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic church planter and apostle of Christianity. In one day. He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being, every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies. There cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from this stage. They'll say, if we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt, and collective punishment in this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to know what makes America exceptional, it's that idea. And it's our job to defend it. Not just of our Congress, the executive branch under Biden, but of every major U.S. corporation, of every college in the country, probably except Hillsdale and 2 others. Every single one, for more than 10 years, has engaged in a systematic effort to hurt white men because they are white men. That is racism that is precisely as bad as anti-Semitism, but it is much more widespread and has been so far much more damaging. And my point is, if you said nothing about that, or if you encouraged it by, say, cheering on BLM, which was an anti-white hate group, and said so, then you have no moral standing to lecture me about bias. Period. Because all bias is the same. You are not allowed to hate people based on their bloodline. We do not believe in blood guilt. We reject blood guilt. That's why our justice system is just. That's why our religion is just. Every person has the possibility of transformation. Paul is wandering around, Saul of Tarsus is wandering around murdering Christians. Then he decides, well, I'll walk to Syria, and he's met on the road by Jesus, who changes him, and in one day he becomes the most energetic apostle of Christianity. In one day. He went from enemy to leader in one day. And that possibility exists for every human being, every human being. That's what our Christian faith tells us. That's also what our eyes tell us. There are no permanent enemies. There cannot be. And I would extend this to even people who attack me from this stage. They'll say, if we agree on something, I'm happy to be friends with you. You may have been mean to me one day. Well, I was mean to you too. That's all right. There is always the possibility that we can recognize we have more in common than divides us and come back together. There are no permanent enemies. There is no such thing as blood guilt. In this country, in the Middle East, anywhere on the planet is totally immoral. And if you want to know what makes America exceptional, it's that idea. And it's our job to defend it. So I guess I would just say to the many organizations now, and particularly this applies to the Anti-Defamation League, which has cheered on anti-white hatred for decades, has attacked anyone who said anything about it, which has been one of the most aggressive cheerleaders for hate against white men in the United States, now trying to lecture the rest of us about hate, I would say it's enough to point out the irony of that. Come to our side, which is the side of
ago. We had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got a state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course. But that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, you know, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
But like probably 95% of Trump voters would be for that. And I bet you like probably 70% of people who didn't vote for Trump would be for that. And if you calm down and explained it to them, probably like 90%. Why? Because it's self-evident, like most true things. And moreover, and think this through for a second, there is no other legitimate rationale for running our government. We have self-government. This is a democratic republic. It exists for our benefit. The documents were written that way. The point of the American Revolution was to make that point. And so if you're not operating the federal government on behalf of U.S. citizens, you're illegitimate. You actually have no right to rule. Period. And if you disagree, tell me what the other legitimate justification is. Oh, because my friends or people I agree with or in my, interest group no. The government must, this is non-negotiable, operate on behalf of American citizens. So once you realize that that's the statement at the center of the debate, it all becomes pretty clear. Really clear, actually. It's not an ideological debate. There's nothing ideological about that. I've got all kinds of kooky ideological views. I love Knowles' list of all the views. I probably had most of them in my long and varied life. I have fewer now. I just kind of want to see a good faith effort to improve the country. That's it. And I'm ever aware that I'm not exactly sure the right way a lot of times. Are tariffs the best way to help the country? I don't know. I hope so. Not an expert. All I really care about is that the people in charge care, that they love the people they lead. That is the first and most important requirement of leadership. A father who loves his children may make mistakes, probably will, inevitably will. I did. But if he loves his kids, he'll do a pretty good job, and they'll be fine. An officer who loves his men, he can't control the battle, but they'll do better than the officer who doesn't. The president who truly loves his people will, over time, tend to make wiser decisions on their behalf. But the leaders who don't care at all, they'll destroy your country. And that is absolutely what we've had. That's, by the way, not noted as an effort to blackpill you or an effort to discourage you or convince you you have no agency or control. You have a lot of control. You just changed the government. Good. But if you want to know what the debate is going forward and what your job is going forward, it's holding your leaders to that very simple standard. Not on tariffs or any of these specific policy questions necessarily, but on their motive. Can you look me in the face and explain to me why the thing that you are doing, the money you're appropriating, can you tell me why that helps our country and our people? Tell me how. And if you're doing the whole shut up racist thing, then I have a right to question your motives, actually. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer that question? Why do you have to imply that some college kid is like some kind of Hitlerite or something because he's asking about an event? Like, what? By the way, it is okay to ask questions. And I thought that was like the whole reason we were against the left. They're not going to force you to get up there and make ritual denunciations because this isn't my religion, it's politics. By the way, your politics do not trump my love for other people. Remember my brother once said, I have one brother who's my best friend, and he once said something lunatic, as brothers do. And I remember all these reporters, one from the Washington Post, which used to be a newspaper in Washington, calling me and being like, will you denounce your brother? I said, son, if my brother went on a drug-related murder spree, I would not denounce him. What? Are you for drug-related murder sprees? No, I'm for my brother. And nothing will ever make me not for my brother. Now, I'd probably tell him no more drug-related murder sprees for you. I'm not for that. I'm not for a lot of things, actually. But I will never, ever denounce people I love to satisfy the mob. Right? I mean, it's crazy. So as you think through, like, what should this movement be and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument because they don't have one. Shut up, Nazi is no different from shut up, racist. It's a little more annoying, actually. And I would just say this, too. Because the passion is real, the anger is real. I feel it sometimes. I try not to get involved, but somehow I keep involving myself. And I try not to read the internet because I don't feel like it's good for my soul. But, more addictive than cigarettes. I quit cigarettes, not Twitter. I think I'm going back to cigarettes and giving up Twitter. Whatever, I don't want to burden you. Not kidding, actually. But anyway, the point is, you need to remember, if you're a Christian, and I think there are a lot of them in this room, that Jesus makes demands on you and holds standards for you that are very different from those, as my friend, close friend, Russell Brand so beautifully explained, very different from those of the world, which really is controlled by Satan. It's hard even to say that because it's so dark, but it's also so true. So don't be surprised. When Jesus sends out the disciples, one of my favorite passages in the whole New Testament, when Jesus in Matthew 10 sends the disciples out, he's just picked them like 10 minutes before. He's like, all right, I want you guys road trip, no money, no clothes, no staff. And by the way, you're going to get flogged. You're going to get beaten with whips and arrested. I'm sure they're all thinking like, what? I thought we were the winners here. And when that happens, like, don't worry about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will speak for you. And I'm like, I just can't get over the blasé way in which he just tells them the world is going to try and kill you, which, by the way, it did. I think all of them end up getting killed. And that's just the baseline. We're promised that. It's a fact. You get up and give a speech about Jesus. You talk about Jesus. You try to live out his commands. You're going to get attacked. Okay, we know that. Don't whine. Here's the pitfall. Here's the trap, is becoming hateful yourself. And I sincerely believe that this is a spiritual battle. And I'm not saying everyone who disagrees with me is on the side of evil. I don't think that. I think I'm often wrong. I know that I am. But I do think that fundamentally, this is light versus darkness. I do. And darkness is characterized by rage and division and chaos and confusion. And light is God is characterized by the opposite of those things. And I've noticed this. There are attempts to make people hateful. One of the reasons people scream insults in your face is to provoke a reaction from you and make you hate them. They want you to hate them. They want you to become what they call you. Why? Because evil feeds on hate. That's why. So don't participate in that. And the way that I try to keep myself from becoming what they say I am is by remembering that I am, on the most basic level, no better than my persecutors. I am no better than my persecutors. And that's why I'm commanded to pray for them. Because we have all fallen short of Jesus, period. And I'm reminded of that every day in the structure of the Lord's Prayer, where we first are told by Jesus to ask for forgiveness for our sins before we start diagnosing the plank in our neighbor's, or in the speck in our neighbor's eye. The whole thing begins with, I'm a pompous douchebag, I'll admit it. That's essential. It's essential. We are called to be righteous, but not self-righteous. And we're also called, and I have to say this before opening it up to your hostile questions, we should also be very on guard against people who try to leverage the Word of God, the words of Jesus, for political ends. That is a dangerous thing to do. I don't want to do that. And I attempt every time. This is all sort of new to me. I'm so obviously not a great Christian that it's not like a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I want to be like him. But there are people, particularly Christian ministers, I have noticed, who are preaching a political message and pretending that it's the gospel. So let me just say, and I think my theology is right, I'm hardly a theologian, God is not on any country's side. Certain countries can decide to be on God's side, and that is true for people too. Okay? God doesn't have a partisan affiliation. He doesn't have a nationality. And if someone is telling you otherwise, that is just not true. It is not true. And I would also call your attention to the very obvious prohibitions in the New Testament against killing the innocent. We are not, as Christians, allowed to kill the innocent, period. We are not. And you see elaborate arguments on behalf of doing so or ignoring it. Oh, that always happens in war. Well, you're right. One of the reasons I'm not that into wars. But when it does happen, unavoidably, we have to say that's wrong. We have to say that. We have to acknowledge that was wrong. And I'm sorry for the extent to which I participated in it. Forgive me. Because killing people who committed no crime is immoral. It will always be immoral. And people who do it will be punished for it. And nations that endorse it will be punished for it. That's a fact. And you are seeing now a very intense effort to convince you otherwise. Oh, it's fine. They deserved it. Really, did their children deserve it? If a man commits a crime, do we kill his kids? I don't care if it's in Minneapolis or Gaza City. No, we don't. And if we do accidentally, we say, I am so sorry that we murdered someone who did nothing wrong, because it is murder. And to see Christian pastors make excuses for that is one of the most, and that's not a partisan question. That is not a political question. That is the only question that matters. Do we have the right to murder people? And the resounding answer that Christianity provides us is no. I don't get into the whole debate, I didn't even know the terms, dispensationalist, or whatever, replacement. I'm an Episcopalian, okay? I don't enter these debates, or was. My theology is super simple. I like the Beatitudes. Read them yesterday. I actually think, was it Michael reading them, some of them here? I think any honest person would say it's the essence of the Christian faith. And killing tens of thousands of children and then making excuses for it on behalf of a foreign government is not in there. It's antithetical to that. Sorry. It doesn't make me a hater. It makes me the opponent of hate. Now that I've alienated most in the crowd.
And that is all we have for you this evening from Turning Point USA's AmericaFest. We'll be back tomorrow with more speakers, interviews, and on-the-ground perspective from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Steve Lance. Have a great evening. See you back here tomorrow.